Alrighty, are we live? I said, are we live? Are we live in his ass? Are we live in the house? We are live.
Yeah, this BROTHA, so now you know. Coming at you on the real fast. Yo, I'm from a little town of Baltimore. Don't venture through here unless you're ready for war. In this city, you gotta watch your back. Cause brothers get cat for flapping their yak. Tension escalate, so don't flex like Goldberg. Or you'll be next Negroes will stuff out your life because of the way you talk. The way you walk, look at it wrong and you'll be outlining chalk. Home on the sidewalk. Demorians ain't playing, so bring it. Roll on through. You will get hurt without warning. If you're not down, we be swarming like killer bees. Looking for attention outside and take him down. You can stand to the ground, don't make a sound or get bound and gag. Straight up and down the street. Here, not even the baggy and weak. Our jails are full because we take no bull. Better tat tab number something just got whacked, jack cat. Because the food wasn't strapped. That's every day around this way. One hand on a 40, the other grip the trigger, so don't challenge the world grave diggers till the morticians get rich. A book will figure this to hide a cold body. Before is known for its hottie. Hot price holds the piece of blow, so go with the flow. Act like you know, yo, the spot stays hot, cause this is all we got. The streets we run, the cops don't come, they don't care. Our elders are scared, our moms are blade, my dad's a tech. We show no respect, not even the army can protect you in this little town called Baltimore. It's the city where the bullets spray. Know the clip before you cross the door, enter the war zone. The streets of Baltimore. This ain't the city to read, it's the city to please. This ain't the city to read, it's the city to please. New York played out, LA went gay. Be more, it's the city where the bullets spray. Know the clip before you go off your door, enter the war zone. The streets of Baltimore. Yo, this ain't the city to read, it's the city to please. This ain't the city to read, it's the city to please. Don't come to Baltimore talking trash, but just get a foot in your AF, assuming it don't get cut in your chest or your gut. People be flipping straight nuts up, so don't come on after dark. Don't get caught in the box. We circle both with no heart like a shark. We be looking, waiting, celebrating. Making the trap, moving the pop a hot one. The cat from one time, the real thugs out, hoods ain't picky. High as hell and violent. A real thug stay silent. And when attack is posed like a time bomb. So before you approach, remember we only got one life to give, one life to live. You wanna keep it? Then don't go creeping. Ain't nothing out here but trouble. So take a double take. Or get break over the codes by the soul taking bold, breaking headline, making rolls. Why you wanna know about those who terrorize this town? We be holding it down. You gotta go up around this. Bro, be fat on the back, that's for making eye contact. Yo, bro, never roll so long. You be lifted up your wall of watch. Be more, stay hot, glass go hot. Wanna be drop to the pavement. Brothers got graveyard in the basement. Come on. The Reeds, it's the city to please. Yo, New York played out. LA went gay. Before is the city where the bullets spray. Know the clip before you go out the door. Into the war zone. The streets of Baltimore. This ain't the city that reads, it's the city that bleeds. This ain't the city that reads, it's the city that bleeds. You live in Baltimore all my life. The women are fast, the brothers are tight. This ain't the city that reads, it's the city that bleeds. The city that breathes, bullets and shell cases. Brothers station triple light. For putting crews on ice, we supposed to stop out the boys and bleed. That's how we do. I can't forget those on death row waiting for that showdown. In the chamber, 30 seconds and it's over. You can't hold your breath. The gas fills your chest. I know brothers that get in the rush and thinking about all you do injection, get up and find them. How they fantasize about even if us die, the brothers be packing. Brothers be stacking. Think we act, think we're bringing crew. So we can do how we do. The corners tagging your toes. You thought you was G.I. Joe, with your reflexes with G.I. Joe. You caught a quick burst, you get the ride that hurts, so you'll be covered with dirt. But they're worth it. Don't mess with the cement city that shows no pity. You wanna rumble? This is the concrete jungle. The bottom of the pit. Around here, you like his words? It's the city that bleeds. It's the city that bleeds. Yo. This ain't the city that reads. It's the city that bleeds. into the war zone. The streets of Baltimore. Because the city that breathes, it's the city that bleeds. Yeah. This is the city that breathes, it's the city that bleeds. We don't play here.
Come on and hold me tight, but all you wanna do is fuss, cuss, argue, and fight. See, y'all ain't right. All I wanna do is hold you tight, but all you wanna do is fuss, cuss, argue, and fight. I can't help you out with that, but check this out. Take it easy and take it slow. Welcome to the BD show. Take it easy and take it slow, and welcome to the Brother Derrick show. You other YouTubers, y'all straight greasy. Your whack beef videos sound cheesy. Please, somebody release me. Take it easy and take it slow, and welcome to the BD show. Take it easy and take it slow, and welcome to the Brother Derrick show. I ain't stressing, I'm here to teach a lesson. I ain't stressing, I'm here to teach a lesson. I ain't stressing, I'm here to teach a lesson. Here to keep you other YouTubers out there guessing. So take it easy and take it slow. Welcome to the BD show. Take it easy and take it slow, and welcome to the Brother Derrick show. You other YouTubers, y'all straight greasy. Your whack beef videos sound cheesy. Please, somebody call cheesy. Take it easy and take it slow, and welcome to the BD show. Take it easy and take it slow, and welcome to the Brother Derrick show. Oh, Mr. Hey, don't turn off the light. Oh, Mr. Hey, don't turn off the light. Bring my beat back. Oh, Mr. Hey, don't turn off the light. Don't turn off the light. But take it easy and take it slow. Welcome to the BD show. Take it easy and take it slow, and welcome to the Brother Derrick show. You other YouTubers, y'all straight greasy. Your whack beef videos sound cheesy. Please, somebody release me. Take it easy and take it slow, and welcome to the BD show. Take it easy and take it slow, and welcome to the Brother Derrick show. Oh, Mr. Hey, don't turn off the light. Oh, Mr. Hey, don't turn off the light. Don't turn off the light. But take it easy and take it slow. Welcome to the Minister Brother Derrick show. Alrighty, everyone. Welcome to the Minister Brother Derrick show. Now, we trying this new program called Voice Meter. So everybody let me know, how is the volume? Are we distorted? Is it too much bass in my voice? Is it not enough bass in my voice? Let me know. Y'all are the listeners. So somebody let me know. Naya and Liz both say welcome back. Liz says she's feeding the dogs. Come on, y'all, let me know. How do I sound? Like I said, the microphone is out of view, because y'all can look at that pretty microphone right there. But I can figure out how to switch it. Because when I go to sing, It should look like I'm going to that microphone, but actually the microphone's on this side. I guess I could switch it. It'd be like, hold me tight, don't turn off the light. I guess it would look like I was singing into the microphone if I went that way, but you know. Now it says the audio is good. How the audio sound, Liz? As usual, we get good news and bad news at the same time. Now, bad news number one. The phone still had 20% on it, but it conked out from the YouTube and froze. So we came inside to change phones. When I came back out, before I could even come back on the phone we're using right now, a neighbor said the mail lady up the street, and she pulled right up. So I'm like, yeah. So I said, you got 3 packages for me, so come on. She come with 1 package. I said, okay, this is the eBay package, but I got 2 things coming from Amazon. I got the phone case for the new phone, and we have the remote control so I can play the video game. She looked through the truck twice and didn't find it. So I was like, whatever, but at least we got the mask. So I knocked on the door and I gave the girl her mask. And I don't know what it looked like because I haven't opened mine. I've been waiting for y'all. So here it is. Individually packaged, just like hers was. And it says folding KN95 mask, self-priming filter type, anti-particle respirator, FFP2 filtration efficiency, BFE 95%. So that is what I am reading. We're gonna test it. So let's open it up. We are opening the package. Sealed package. Something, was that a manual? Something came out. So this is it. See, I got the respirator on there. That's what I wanted. I wanted the respirator. See? Now I'm gonna put the HEPA filter over the respirator. So let's do the water test. We'll be right back. Now, it's holding the water. But if I tilt it this way, the water runs out of the respirator. Yeah. See the respirator? As y'all can see, it's water in here. I'm trying to do it so y'all can see it. It's water in here, but if I tilt it toward the respirator, the water comes out. See? So, we're gonna put So I'm going to cut a hole. No, that's a new mask. So I'm going to cut a hole for the I'm gonna cut a hole in the HEPA filters I got, and I'm gonna make it right there for that respirator. Now I wanted the respirator to let some air in because it is hot in that mask. But we just did the test, and if you don't put the water anywhere near the respirator, it's waterproof. But that respirator is supposed to let some extra air in. So I'm going to put a HEPA filter over that opening. It's not much, but still. That way we can maintain our effectiveness. So I don't have to put one in the whole mask, but I'm going to cut a circle and put it right over the filter. And I'm done. I'm not buying any more masks. I'm done. But as long as you don't tilt the water over to where the respirator is, it's waterproof. It's waterproof except for that spot where the respirator is. So I'm good. Now, Naya, bring your link. Now, y'all say the audio is good. Y'all listen to the show, so I'm going to believe you. So, kind of disappointed. Can't play the video game. Now, somebody knocking at the door. Last time I ran down there with nobody. Now, it could be the mail lady. She could have found all the packages. So, should I go take a look? What the hell? I'll go take a look. Hold on, y'all. Wasting my time coming down these stairs. All righty, I'm back. Whew. False alarm. All right, I'm back. I'm sorry, y'all. Catch my breath real quick. Ran down on steps for nothing. All right, who's going to be the official timekeeper? Somebody need to make sure we don't go over 6 hours. Now, title of this show is Let's Get Down to the Facts. Let's break open this Ahmed Aubrey case. Anybody got any new information? But this story got a million holes in it. Every day is something new. So anybody have a new development? Anyone? Anyone got some new links? Anything new we can cover on the story? Get your links ready and let's go look at the CV numbers for the day. $451,696 cases in the United States. We've got 86,603 total deaths. Recoveries, 316,244. Let me blow this up for y'all. All right, can y'all see that better on your screen? Closed cases, we got 402,847 cases that had an outcome. Those that were discharged from the hospital or have recovered, 316,244, 79%. Deaths, 86,603, 21%. So that's looking better. Now let's get into the news here. Come on. All right. New York City, 352,964 cases. They picked up 2,116 just today. 27,403 deaths. 113 people died in New York City today. New Jersey, 143,588. They picked up 727 new cases today. Total deaths, 9,950. New deaths, they picked up 223. So by this time tomorrow, they'll be in the 10,000s. Illinois, 87,937. They picked up 3,239 cases. They picked up more than New York did. They got 3,928 deaths. 136 people died in Illinois today. Massachusetts, 80,497. No new cases. Total deaths, 5,315. No deaths today. California, 74,391 cases. They picked up 1,486 cases. Total deaths, 3,033. They picked up 67 new deaths today. Pennsylvania, 63,122. They picked up 909 new cases. Total deaths, 4,320. 170 people died in Pennsylvania today. Michigan, 49,582. They picked up 1,191. Total deaths, 4,787. What up, though? 73 people died in the state of Michigan today. Texas, 44,002. They picked up 500 new cases today. Total deaths, 1,232. They picked up 15 new cases today. 15 deaths today. Florida, 43,210. 808 new cases. 1,876 total deaths. 47 people died today. Maryland, my Maryland. 35,903 cases. Ooh, child. 1,091 new cases today. Total deaths, 1,866. 57 people died in Maryland today. Georgia, 35,858. They picked up 431 new cases today. Total deaths, 1,527. 10 people died today. Connecticut, 35,464. 609 new cases. Total deaths, 3,219. 94 people died today. Louisiana, 33,489. They picked up 827. Total deaths, 2,417. They lost 36 people today. Virginia, 27,813. They picked up 1,067 new cases today. Total deaths, 955. 28 people died in Virginia today. Indiana, 26,053 total cases. 580 new cases today. 1,646 people have died, 27 of them today. Colorado, 20,475, nothing new. 1,062 deaths, nobody died today. Wisconsin, 18,281, no new deaths. 970, no new cases, 975 total deaths, no cases today. Where is the driver at? South Carolina, 8,189. They picked up 159 new cases, 371 total deaths, 9 people died today in South Carolina. So let's go to our stats. So 1,451,696 cases, 21,348 new cases through the country today. 86,603 have died. 1,406 people died today in our United States. 1,000. Those people are dead and gone. Not coming back. 90,000 almost. They not coming back, y'all. They gone. They are gone. Anybody got any good links? Did we just freeze? I see they put us on ban too. Hang on a second. Because they just put us on ban too. They just put us on ban too. So what are we doing right now? As long as we get 5 up, 10 down, I'm good. Taking you a long time, sir. Are you serious? Come on, man. Why would you switch us to band 2? That's all you can get. What about download? I mean, upload. What's the upload? We need at least 10. Nah, bro. This ain't gonna work. Nah, bro. Nah. What the heck? That can't be right. Do it again. So why would you switch us to band 2? And band 2 was doing good. 30. Nah, so something not right. Why would you put us on band 4? But well, let's test out band 4. What's band 4? So why would you put us on band 4 with it looking that bad? All right, we on band 12. Oh, come on. Really? This is crazy. It's holding it though. Okay, it's holding it. I don't know what's going on here. I don't know what's going on here, but it's holding it. All right, we on band 12 and it's holding it. But them speeds are ridiculous. Turn to refresh. You sure it's spinning for a long time there, sir? Are you done? On a speed test? I'm looking at the OBS. The OBS hasn't flashed. Okay, I don't know what's going on with the speed test, so we're gonna leave it alone. Somebody trying to set us up. I don't like it. Alrighty, hold on. Something going on with the phone company. I don't know what's going on here. Are we being throttled? I don't know. We all over the place. I don't know what's going on. Then put us back on band 2. They put it right back on band 4. All right, band 4 seems to be holding it. I don't know why they got us on band 4. But band 4 seems to be holding it. So I don't understand this. The worst band is carrying us right now. I think that we've been throttled, but we ain't gonna cry about it. I think we've been throttled. But anyway, where are the links at? Everybody talking about they got links. Where your link at, Naya? All right, this is from Liz. I don't know if it's today or yesterday. But let's see. Have we seen this? Family with students on free and reduced school lunches to be provided with food stamps. Washington, you will now be eligible for food stamps if you have a student who is on free and reduced lunch. U.S. Senator John Cornyn announced Monday the USDA approved Texas plan to provide SNAP benefits to those who fit the description. It is under the Family's First Coronavirus Response Act, which we passed in March. The act says Texas officials can distribute pandemic electronic benefit EBT cards to those who have children in schools that closed for at least 5 consecutive days during the pandemic. Those who receive the cards will be able to use them at grocery stores and online through the SNAP EBT program. During the already stressful times, many find themselves without school meal benefits meant to provide nutrition and financial relief, says Senator Cornyn. Now, thanks to a coronavirus relief bill Congress passed in March, families and the 2/3 of Texas school children who receive school meals will get additional help putting food on the table. See? It's just a picture? That's it. All right, y'all, let's check this out. I'm looking at the news. Dr. Bright, without better planning, 2020 could be the darkest winter. Oh, it's a video. Hold on a sec. Let it load everything. Got an ad here. I don't think there's anybody here anyway.
In a somber image to start the hearing, a moment of silence for victims of the virus. Then the accusations.
Dr. Bright has filed one of the most specific and troubling whistleblower complaints I've ever seen.
Without better planning, 2020 could be the darkest winter in modern history.
Dr. Richard Bright, one of the government's lead scientists, claims he was removed from his post as retaliation because he cautioned against the broad and potentially dangerous use of chloroquine, a drug President Trump often touted as a possible treatment. He claims he warned of a supply of shortages and suggested current leadership hasn't responded adequately.
The window is closing to address this pandemic because we still do not have a standard, centralized, coordinated plan.
He looks like an angry, disgruntled employee who, frankly, according to some people, didn't do a very good job.
Now to include the Secretary of Health, who claims the well-known lack of equipment was instantly addressed.
So this is like somebody who was in a choir and is now trying to say he was a soloist back then. Oh, and by the way, whose job was it to actually lead the development of vaccines? Dr. Bright.
Bright claims it was in January when he pushed officials to start collecting more virus samples and build supplies, but Secretary Azar insists everything that Bright complained about was eventually handled. On Capitol Hill, I'm Scott Thuman. In a somber image to start the hearing, a moment of silence.
All right. Now, as it seems that the virus is slowing down a little bit. And now it's time for the finger pointing. Now it's time to start pointing fingers at everybody. It's time to start saying, hey, you knew about this and you didn't say nothing. And you knew we didn't have the right supplies and you didn't say nothing. Now, as the crisis is over, it looks like everybody's starting to finger point. Fact of the matter is, this whole thing was botched from the get-go. Y'all know it. We cover it. Y'all know it. Some of y'all want to be in your feelings, and no. This thing was botched from the get-go, and you know it. You know what we needed to do, because I've been saying it for months. We needed to shut down. But you had a president who thought that this wasn't going to be as bad as it would be, even though we saw China. You know, China don't even have 5,000 deaths. China was the center where it started at. Look at how well they did. Now, they might be lying about their stats, but it's going to be awful hard to hide 80,000 bodies and nobody not see them. We sat there and Spain is number 2, but both United States and Spain watched Italy, who was the number 1. And both countries have passed Italy. Italy and moved down in the rankings. China not even in the top 6. And that's where it started at. So, did we mismanaged this? Was this mismanaged? Now the fingers are going to start pointing because we have a president who didn't believe that it would be that bad. We got a president who's a businessman, and he was trying to get it's an election year, and he's trying to get the economy up so that it doesn't affect his election year. But did his slow actions make this worse than what it should have been? We are worse than anybody in the world. And he's got to carry that on his shoulders. It happened on his watch. Now, he said that he shut down contact, that people couldn't fly to China. But we still get goods and businesses from China. But why didn't he shut down travel everywhere? Nobody should have been able to fly in and out of New York. But they kept letting that happen. Nobody should have been on the subway in New York. Nobody should have been on a bus in New York. And we could have kept this down to a minimum. I don't care if you had to pay taxi drivers to carry these people back and forth to work. Something could have been done. And they did nothing. And sit around and waste time talking about medicines that's meant for something else, instead of worrying about treating a disease, let's get rid of it, not treat it. You trying to worry about getting these vaccines to help people from stop dying. You want to stop them from dying, stop the virus. And we had a chance. At the very beginning, we should have shut down. The places where you knew the virus was, they should have been shut down at least. Shut them down. Shut them down for 2 weeks. The economy ain't going nowhere for 2 weeks. 2 weeks. She didn't want to do it. Then they spent a whole month arguing over the daggone stimulus money. Meanwhile, people dropping like flies. They arguing over unemployment. How much money should people on unemployment get, and you got people dropping dead? There's a lot to blame to go around. Democrats and Republicans. And the crisis is when you see whether you see real leadership or whether you see pretenders. You got a president that now was talking about testing in the beginning. We've tested more people than anybody in the world. You got more cases than anybody in the world. Why shouldn't you be testing? Huh? You want a pat on the back? We've tested more than any country in the world. You got 4 times as many cases as any country in the world. And yet, everything out of his mouth is, well, we got to open up. People dying, we don't care, we got to open up. He's spending money. Why do we have a shortage of masks? Why do we have a shortage of gloves? Why do we have a shortage of antibacterial anything? I was in Walgreens the other day. I wanted to get some antibacterial detergent. I couldn't find none. All the antibacterial was gone. These things should be in abundance. He's worrying about making ventilators and hospital beds, and how about keeping people out of them? How do you do that? Shut the country down, make them stay in the house. That's how you do that. Then you don't need no more ventilators because people are going to start dying off. The people that need them are going to die off. 83% of the people that get on the ventilator die. 83% of the people that get on the ventilator die. So why do we need more ventilators? We need more ventilators because you're keeping the country going and people are getting more infected. That's why you needed more ventilators. Then by the time you got more ventilators, people from their own use, their own common sense, started wearing masks and started distancing themselves. And then you made all them ventilators, now you don't need them. You made all those ventilators and now you don't need them. People that were in the hospital with the ventilator, they dropping off. They ain't dropped off. So now, there's plenty of spare ventilators. People are wearing masks now and are not putting their hands in their mouths and doing the dumb stuff that was spreading the disease. So now, we don't need the hospital beds anymore. Now we sending equipment to other countries. But why was the response so slow? By the time you got all the ventilators, you didn't need them. So now you sending them to other countries. You know how dumb they make the president look? For weeks, we heard him bragging. We got companies making ventilators and we got more ventilators than anybody in the world. You got more cases than anybody in the world. How is that a good thing? I'm asking y'all, how is that a good thing? We've done more testing than anywhere in the world. You got more people to test that's sick than anywhere in the world. How is that a good thing? Why not shut the country down? If you're too scared to shut down the country, shut down the hotspots. New York, New Jersey, Chicago, California, New Jersey. Them areas should have been shut down. Why were they left open? To think that we first started covering this, my state only had 20 cases. Remember that? Then it was 40. Remember? Then it went up to 80. Then it went to 100. Now it's at 20-something thousand. And we've had stay-at-home orders for a month and a half. You got to be in the house. Starting 8 o'clock, you supposed to be in the house. Nobody supposed to be on the road. But then nobody enforcing that. You seen me go out. And we seen people outside. Videos up. You saw me go to the pharmacy the other day. I left out a little before 8 and got back at 9. You saw all the people out there hanging out. How come the police ain't telling them to go home? I'm asking you. Why weren't them people told to go in the house? Some of them had masks on and some of them didn't. Some of them had masks and was sitting there talking to people and had the mask down. Liz said we're finding paper towels hard to come by now. Oh Lord, that's on my shopping list for tomorrow. I hope not. That's on my shopping list. So now everybody want to point the finger, but the fact of the matter is they all messed up. The WHMO too. China tried to hide it. So it started with them. But the minute the president found out what was going on in China, he should have locked the country down. When New York started picking up, New York should have been locked down. Now see, this is the problem when y'all talk about money. We could have fed New York for 14 days. Y'all ain't got to go nowhere. We'll feed you. You ain't got to go nowhere. It would be a whole lot easier to feed one state. Feed New York and New Jersey. Feed one state for 2 weeks. Make them stay in the daggone house. Don't let nobody in. Don't let nobody out. Instead of the stimulus money, you could have used that money to keep New Yorkers in the house for 2 weeks. But instead, you let it spread from New York to New Jersey, to Connecticut, to Rhode Island, to Detroit, to Chicago, to Ohio. You just kept letting it spread, spread and spread and spread. Liz said, BD, I'm sorry, but Trump is not a politician. That's why you're supposed to have an entourage, Liz. That's why I told you, if somebody really wanted to make a run at improving black people, and they had the charisma to galvanize the people, I could tell them what they need to say. All they gotta do is just go out there and win the people over. That's something I can't do. That's something I couldn't do. If I was the president and I saw we had all them cases in New York City would be locked down. And if we had to feed the people of New York, if we had to pay their bills for 14 days, okay. You had an outbreak in New Jersey. We could have clamped that down. No Atlantic City gambling. Atlantic City locked down. No boardwalk. Lock it down. If we had to pay people to stay in the house, then we'll do it. Had a National Guard walk up and down the street, make sure everybody stay in the house. That's only 2 states. When we sat there and watched my governor tell everybody, don't have no big gatherings, and we're going to have to stay at home. All them people went out there to go see the daggone cherry blossoms. DC only had a handful of cases. Ever since that cherry blossom incident, DC has blown up. I was saying the whole time, dang, DC ain't got no new cases. DC ain't doing nothing. How? The government shut down DC. Now they talking about opening DC back up. But they had shut it down. And they wasn't getting no cases. We were covering it. They wasn't getting no cases. Now go look at DC. Virginia was doing well. As big as Virginia is, they were doing well. You know, Maryland is the top of Virginia. But I think that Maryland through New York and New Jersey actually messed up Virginia. Yeah, I played one and we looked at another story that was similar to it, Liz. I already played one. And while we was on that page, we found a story that was similar to the other one you had. We showed the one about the people getting the EBT card, and then we found the story on the other one. But I can play it. Hold on a sec. Let me go wash my hands. Gotta take my shoes off. Go put these shoes back. Oops, you gonna land right on the daggone scooter. Doggone it. I hope it didn't knock it off. I took my time and threw it perfectly. It bounced off something else. So I'm out of glue now. Do I gotta get some glue tomorrow? Let me find out. Nah, we got lucky. We got lucky. It didn't knock the panel off again. So we got lucky with it. All right, come on. Thanks, Kyle. Didn't know it. And cover that. You know what I'm saying? All right. Where my new slippers at? Honey? Okay. I'm back. Yeah, this one is what started my rant. And I was talking about the finger pointing. Rick Bright warns Congress of darkest winter in modern history without ramped up CV response. So you gonna play the video or not?
He says he was pushed out for putting science above politics. He then filed a whistleblower complaint to raise the alarm, and the president then called him a disgruntled employee trying to help the Democrats. And that man is set to lay out his explosive allegations to Congress. And we now have his opening statement. In it, an unsettling warning from the government's former top vaccine expert, Dr. Rick Bright. That's who we're talking about. The United States is headed for, in his words, quote, the darkest winter in modern history, with unprecedented illness and fatalities unless something changes now. Caitlin, you got your hands on Dr. Bright's opening statement. What else is he going to say to Congress, and is the White House preparing?
Well, two things. We know he was going to say that it was retaliation, and he believes that's why he was pushed out of his job, Kate. We've seen that in that detailed complaint that he filed this week. But what's new here is that he's really talking about what's to come and the warnings about whether or not the U.S. is prepared for that, something he makes pretty clear in this opening statement that he's prepared to deliver tomorrow to lawmakers. That is not happening right now. And he lays out a series of steps in this, talking about things he thinks that need to happen, the ramping up of those supplies. He says that those supplies need to be coordinated and equally distributed among states instead of the way that it's being done now, a patchwork, as some of the governors have described it. And he also says, Kate, that there needs to be a national testing strategy. But he's basically warning about what's going to happen if this advice that he's offered and that other experts have offered doesn't happen. And he says, quote, our window of opportunity is closing. He says, without clear planning and implementation of steps that I and other experts have outlined, 2020 will be the darkest winter in modern history. So he's got a pretty dark warning there at the end, Kate, about what this could look like. And of course, he is also, we should note, trying to be reinstated to his job. He's not just coming out and offering this critique or this analysis of what's been going on. He wants to be put back in that position. Now, we've heard that's unlikely. It's really unclear how that's going to be resolved. And we know that we've heard from some HHS officials who have pushed back on Bright, saying that he had other issues when he was in that job during his tenure. Of course, Bright's team has pushed back on that, Kate, by giving us his reviews and showing that one of the top HHS officials that he often feuded with actually gave him really good reviews during his time as the head of this vaccine agency. So tomorrow's going to be really interesting because it's going to be a look from someone inside the administration who apparently, based on his statement, does not have an issue offering this unfiltered view of exactly what he believes what went wrong in the early days of this outbreak.
Man refusing to wear mask. Break arm of target employee.
What's next?
2 men were arrested for felony battery after starting a fight with employees at a Los Angeles Target store over wearing masks inside the store. The radio's there on commercial. All right, this one was delivered. How was it delivered? Hold on a second, y'all. I said the package was delivered. Now, of course, after I take my shoes and everything off, now the package won't be delivered, huh? After I take my shoes and everything off, now the package won't be delivered. It was left inside the resident's mailbox. Are you serious? All right, if anybody got any links, put them ready. Give me a second. Let me go take a look. Let me put a song on. right, y'all, I'm back. That was a lie. There ain't nothing in their mailbox. That is not right. Let's go look at Amazon. So how do you complain?
To hear our privacy, press 1. Para continuar en español.
Experience issues, press COVID. Have not to 2 days. 2. Due to COVID, active customers are in need of timely convey merchandise packages and first class. Sure that
Come on, man.
delivery is returned as possible. Can't. Yeah. Customers represent additional information protections and
I'll second.
I want to speak to an agent, please.
Sorry. Is anything you with?
Yes, I want to speak to a live agent, please.
I think you
Yes.
had any package 1. That's 2. Read hours of press 3. Carrier. Package. Sorry.
service already made. First class packages require time to transportation of going coronavirus
COVID-19 impacts to the United States.
Come on, man, you're killing me. No, can I speak to an agent, please?
Is that correct?
Yes.
For tracking one, 3 of your items, A, 3, or press 2. For a case up, press 3. Calling from iPhone or Android phone, our visual IVR option right here on your smartphone. First, let me out. Calling from smartphone.
Yes.
No. Like to try IVR now? Yes or no?
Can I speak to somebody, please?
Is that correct?
Yes.
Fine. Well, agent calling. Current time is between and 5 minutes from now. While your call is transferred. Happy. Tracking. Oh my. Tom.
They got us on hold, y'all. It's ridiculous. Crazy. I don't see no place where I can contact Amazon at. That's not helping. How do I get a hold of them and say, hey, something ain't right? Oh, shit. I don't want to. I don't understand why I can't contact Amazon. All right, what's going on? What do y'all see? What is that? Y'all see on your screen right there, it says, delivered today, package was left inside a resident's mailbox. I was outside. I saw the lady. She gave me the mask. Okay? She gave me the mask. I see your link now. I'll play in a second. I asked her, where was the package from Amazon? She said, that's all I got for you. I said, no, ma'am. And I showed her on the phone. You got the case and you got the game controller. She says, I'll go look. And she went and looked. And while she did, I pulled it up on the phone and I showed her. She said, I don't see it. But if I come across it later on, I'll come back. So she said she put it in the mailbox. The mailbox is empty. So why would she say she delivered it? Now, it's not a deal breaker. But I told y'all, the back of this phone, I don't like how it feels. That's why I ordered a case for it. The fact of the matter is, Naya, I was there and I made her look. She said she didn't see it. So for her to be wrong and it was there, and then for her to turn around and say that she delivered it. That's what's irking me. If she forgot it, she forgot it. But now, by her saying she put it in the mailbox and it's not there, now I'm wondering, where is it? Because she didn't put it in the mailbox, because I would have it. I just looked at it twice. I asked the girl, she said that she didn't give her anything. I looked in the hallway, ain't nothing in the hallway. So why would she say she delivered something? You say the post office complaint line? Hold on. that the same number? The same number. All right, let's check out the link. Now, like I said, it's not a big deal.
Customer person. Our privacy. Para continuar.
Experience issues to COVID. To hear on act and stimulus.
My body turned on me.
Receive 2. Press.
It's the same thing. So we actually got out of line. That's all right. Screw it. I can't believe they don't have no phone number you can call. All right, y'all. I'm not gonna make myself sick over this.
Subscribe to Plunder and turn up.
Come on.
Look at Greg McMichael, the murderer himself, y'all, says the videographer who took this video on May 7th, 2020 at 1:43 p.m. Fixing on his truck like he ain't got a care in the world. That's what she wrote. Apparently, this video must have been taken mere hours or even minutes before the elder McMichael was brought into custody and charged along with his son, Travis McMichael, for the felony murder of Ahmed Aubrey. When I drove by and seen this MF standing at the end of his driveway with a smile on his face and a cop sitting outside his house for his protection, she subtitled the video. Maybe there are reasons why Gregory McMichael allegedly had a smile. Maybe he thought he would never be put in those silver bracelets in his life, and that he would only put silver bracelets on others. We're going to talk about the amazing amount of research I did yesterday into Ahmaud Arbery's family, the things posted on Facebook from the moment, the day he was killed. And we'll also look into Gregory and Travis McMichael's family. Stuff is coming out the woodworks. A vocal cousin continually called Ahmaud Arbery, I noticed throughout his videos. I watched plenty yesterday, shedding light upon the tragic death of the young man he loved. He also referenced Ahmaud's mind, a sentiment that could be echoed in police reports about Arbery's alleged mental health records and prior convictions that supposedly helped explain his apparent aggressive nature and his possible thought pattern to attack an armed man, as Waycross Judicial Circuit District Attorney George E. Barnhill wrote in his controversial letter to Captain Tom Jump with the Glenn County Police Department. Now, you'll notice in this video that I do not name Ahmaud Arbery's cousin. That Avery is confusing. We'll talk about that a bit. I don't name Ahmaud's cousin, who's been pretty vocal and helped bring this case to light, this tragedy. I also have not named Gregory McMichael's daughter, Travis's sister, nor am I naming the neighbor who will speak out. But Ahmaud's cousin made sure to note that the public shouldn't make this a black and white thing. It's a Greg McMichael thing, he said, noting that he himself has family members who are police officers and darned good ones. It's the bad blue lines that need to be exposed. That's my last line. I like that he said that First off, the confusion with Avery versus Aubrey is something that I've noticed already. Ahmaud Arbery's previous record or report or conviction or mugshot was listed as Avery, and I thought that was just a misspelling. Maybe it's a nickname, and perhaps it's just more common of a name, Avery, than Aubrey, or it's easy to mix up. I've seen it happen. My dad's middle name was Landis, I thought, but it was based on Landers, his mom's maiden name. Very confusing. But soon after that video was taken, Gregory Johns McMichaels and Travis James McMichael, a lot of people were accidentally putting an S on that last name, McMichael. There it is, felony murder and aggravated assault charges soon after. Ahmaud's cousin waxed ironic in his Facebook videos about the irony of Ahmaud being the one with hardworking parents and a dad who worked hard for 20 years or more to provide for his family, only for his son to end up dead. You know, his cousin was very forthcoming. You know, he spoke about, wow, I thought it would have been me or one of these other people around the neighborhood, not Ahmaud. But he also gave us a peek. His insights into Greg, or Gregory McMichael, are even more telling. He spoke about prior to Greg's Facebook account going bye-bye, it apparently contained plenty of photos of guns, just guns everywhere. That's something that Greg McMichael's daughter had kind of complained about. In this photo, she said, wow, how are we going to eat New Year's dinner with a table filled with guns? And she even posted a photo of the dead squirrel in the neighborhood her dad shot in a residential neighborhood. Very foreboding in my mind. Ahmaud's cousin also had insight into Gregory McMichael as a dad, allegedly from the things his daughter told a friend. So, you know, I like to look at the good, the bad, and the ugly of everyone involved. I just want all the facts. Stuff that might make it into court and might not. The cousin wrote, remember when I made this status? Greg killed Ahmaud over his daughter. Go on her page and look at her bio, then look at her last picture caption. Then also she told her friend my dad would kill me if I ever date a black man. Also, she runs the same route as Maud. And this was all sent to me. Man, I don't know, they should pick her up for questioning. She took a picture of the body, and the angle she took it at shows she was on the scene. Again, this is what I was sent after a few rumors circulated. Makes me feel differently. Okay, coming up is the photo that he's referencing, the Snapchat photo that has gone pretty viral, I guess, wherein Greg McMichael's daughter posted a Snapchat photo. Of course, Ahmaud's body has been kind of, blanked out, erased out of the photo. But obviously, he's lying dead on the street. And people found that quite, disturbing. It's obviously right after everything happened. Now, about these other accusations, I find them curious. We will look at a post from her friend, but I did find it, just sad in a strange way that she loved to run. The daughter spoke about running being a stress reliever for her, whether she had ever seen Ahmaud on her running route, or they saw each other, or nodded, or acknowledged their love of running, who knows? But I found it very strange. Someone wrote, she was my roommate for almost a year and dipped out on the last 2 months of bills and left my home a wreck. I tried to take her to court and her daddy said, I'm a retired private investigator. I know all the judges. You won't win. And she also told me that her daddy would literally kill her and disown her if she ever brought home a black man. Now, of course, all these kinds of things are hearsay, but I tend to like to see what's going on in Facebook with the people who literally knew the accused and the victim, because that's where you find out the real tea, the real down low situation, the real deal. And I'll post photos like this of Ahmed, but I also post photos of his mugshots as well. Someone asked yesterday, they left a comment, is this one of those he was a good boy videos? That's what someone asked me the other day. And I told them I'm more of a centrist. I want to know the complete truth about all the players in this sad tragedy, the good, the bad, and the heinous. So I will post information as it is found. And this is Greg McMichael's daughter posted a photo of her run and her beautiful view. And the irony just does not escape me that she was able to go on a run unbothered, beautiful girl. I'm not posting any of her photos, and that's why I'm not naming anyone. Only the names that have already been made public. I'm not naming anyone, I'm not doxing anyone. That's her beautiful view. It looks like it's over this bridge. And I don't want to do that because emotions are so high in this case. I want everyone else to remain safe. Let the McMichaels remain in jail where they are. And even though I feel like they shot Ahmed Aubrey dead like a dog in the street, I don't wish that on them. I don't wish that on William Roddy Bryan. I only wish for justice, not vigilante justice, even though I feel that's what was done to Ahmed. Even more amazing is the testimony of, or rather it's a written testimony of a previous neighbor of the McMichaels that has come out that accuses Travis of doing the exact same thing, or even worse than what Ahmed did, exploring a house being built. Now, this is one photo I found of Ahmed, and that's why I wrote that I guess I'm more of a centrist, a moderate. I've noticed, I guess that's what made me sad yesterday. I noticed all these, especially two prominent black conservatives. I feel like they are trotted out during times like this to be the viral superstars, to show, see, there's some black people who are on the McMichael side. And, I watched all that and it was disheartening. But I will post his mugshots as well, just because it is truth, it is factual. I discussed his prior conviction, his shoplifting charge, his probation, because I want all facts out there. I'm not on either extreme of, oh my God, he was a perfect person, never did anything wrong in his life. That's no one, is a perfect person. And at the same token, I'm not holding up Greg and Travis McMichael as some sort of Christian heroes protecting their neighborhood. Like, I'm not going to be on either extreme. I'm going to, like I've been doing, gathering all the facts, listening to all different viewpoints. And I think that's why I got a little bit sad yesterday, because I started listening to so many different viewpoints of people really doing everything they could to say that Ahmed was the aggressor. They were looking for legal loopholes and interpreting citizens arrest laws and standard
like I told y'all it was,
and every freaking Georgia law and statute they could find in order to call Ahmed the aggressor and claim that the McMichaels did nothing wrong at all. I can't get too worried about that. There will be most likely a trial. a jury of their peers. We'll see what the racial breakdown is, but that doesn't mean that if it's an all-white jury, that doesn't mean these guys will walk. If there's black people on the jury, that doesn't mean that they will get convicted. But I guess the humanity, I felt some of the humanity was lost, but there are some people who can see it more clearly, in my opinion, and realize that excessive force was used in this case. Now take a look at this. This was crazy. Ironic, this person wrote, they were my neighbors, the McMichaels, River Ridge for 15 years, and I have verified that the McMichaels lived on River Ridge, and this realization and memory hit me like a ton of bricks this morning as I got ready for work. While we were building our house, and while it was vacant, and we took lunch, we left our dog tied to the porch to protect our property and belongings. Upon our return, we were met by the father, Greg McMichael, who stipulated to us that our dog had bit his son. I immediately retorted that not only was there a no trespassing sign posted clearly at the road, there was also a dog warning sign up as well. I further advised that had his child not been trespassing in our vacant, unfinished, under construction house, the incident would have never happened. A side note, they put a flathead screwdriver through our brand new dishwasher while inside. We didn't press charges, but long story short, to keep peace with our new neighbors, we got rid of the dog. So you see, the shooter is possibly looking at prison time for something he himself did as a preteen. Moral, you reap what you sow, and she went on to say that as a mother, she feels for both of these mothers and their other family. I didn't even think about Travis's mom. I've seen photos of her. I guess I've been so focused on Ahmad's mom, and people have to realize too, like, that Ahmad lost his life, and then Travis lost his life in terms of going into prison. If he's staying there forever, of course he's still breathing, his mom can still talk to him, and there's the chance of getting out and she can still see him. But I know what people mean when they say, you know, you've lost your son to prison. This is another big debate going around. You know, there was some rumor that that Ahmad was wearing boots, and it doesn't seem like he was. And whether he was dropped a hammer or not, I don't know if that's true. I don't think so. And this is ironic too, the fact that Greg McMichael's daughter helped a little snake across the road. I just see the irony in little things like that. Of course, she has nothing to do with any hate, potential hate in her father's heart or her brother's heart. You know, she might not like the things they do or stand for at all. We don't know. But if any of these things we've read from these people coming forward are true, it gives us serious insight into the mind state potentially of these two men. Maybe Ahmad didn't know Greg McMichael's daughter personally. Maybe Ahmad's cousin is saying, oh, he killed her over his daughter in terms of a general sense of we're not going to have these black guys running around our neighborhood and dating our daughters in that general sense. He's a threat in general because of his skin color. If there's a history, if it's true that this little Travis, when he was a boy, trespassed on his neighbor's property and got bit by a dog, and then his dad gets all pissed, and if they retaliated with a screwdriver and a dishwasher, that's pretty interesting. And if these other things are coming true about connections and being a former investigator and things being swept under the rug, and even his mother's testimony about how she was initially lied to, and that makes me question why. I'm going to read what Ahmad's mother initially wrote. Wanda Cooper wrote, I am the mother of the deceased. I normally don't make comments of this nature, but I think the community should be aware of the initial contact that was made to make me aware of the passing of my son. The lead investigator gave me all misleading information, or should I say lies, beginning with his first name. Secondly, that my son was involved in a burglary, and in the midst of the burglary, my son was confronted by the homeowner, and there was a struggle over the firearm with the homeowner. The only factual statement that was given was my son was killed. I have reached to the investigator several times, leaving numerous messages requesting a return call to share my concerns, and he has not returned my call to this day. Yes, the community should be concerned because these county state positions are salaries that are paid with the taxpayers' monies, and we should all be handled with some form of respect. The stories have changed tremendously since this all occurred, and the most that concerns me is the mystery third person at that point, the neighbor that has not been identified or mentioned in the last article. Most importantly, the retired veteran who should have been trained to defuse a situation of this manner and did not. And the reason for that is he was not there when the shots were fired, which isn't true. He arrived later after his son committed the malice murder, in which was before the authorities arrived. Those who have shared their concerns and support the family wants to thank you, and it means a lot to know that we are not standing alone. The God I serve does not fail. No human being deserves to leave this world like my youngest son did. And for the authorities here in the place that we call home choose to allow the responsible parties to return home to their families while my son's deceased body was transported to the morgue, there will be justice for my baby boy. Amen. I can touch and agree with her on that in Jesus' name. Because obviously she was confused. It shows the lack of information she had. First of all, the mom, she seems really sweet and mild and kind of meek, just soft-spoken. And obviously she didn't even know that Greg McMichael was there on the scene when the murder happened. Travis obviously pulled the shots, 3 shots, shotgun blasts. And it's strange to me that an investigator would give a grieving mother an incorrect first name. And there's a lot being made also about the fact that Wanda was told that Ahmed Aubrey was in a confrontation with the homeowner. Meanwhile, that homeowner, Larry English, he's speaking out. He's the one who owns that home that's being built that Ahmed walked into. I feel like there was a lot of subterfuge and a lot of confusion and cover-up from the beginning. And a lot of people will get in trouble for that, because if they knew they had done nothing wrong, there would be no need to lie to Ahmad's mom and give a wrong name and being told Ahmed was getting into it with the actual owner of the home he walked into and all this other confusion, no callbacks, and it just looks really bad. So it's my personal belief that Gregory McMichael and Travis, they probably both thought they were above the law, that they could use the law and twist the law to enact their own racial hate. And I think a jury will see through that. An honest jury will be able to see that, use the law to bring justice. In the meantime, if you've seen my next videos coming up, you'll talk about William Roddy Bryan's interview with his lawyer on CNN. His lawyer was saying, Roddy's only 5'6", and I don't want someone to take a pot shot at him. And he started railing on about Roddy's fiance not having a connection to the DA. And I'm like, what's that all about? So I need to really get into that and research that some more. Obviously, Ahmad's mom didn't even know that William Roddy Bryan was also at the scene during the murder, that he took video. It seemed like there was a lot being kept in the dark, I thought. And even if you know, like we've previously read the narrative and the police report, it sounded a whole lot different than what we saw with our eyes in that video. And so I'm very grateful the video got out and went viral.
Alrighty, y'all. Alright, is anybody still here? I mean, not live anymore. What's going on here? Come on, YouTube. Are we still live? I see the words going up. What's going on? I don't know what's going on. Somebody lowering the boom today. And I ain't gonna sweat it. I don't want to talk to myself. Is there anybody here? YouTube said there ain't nobody here. Why is that still on the screen? I'm gonna have to change this title. Hold on, rename. Okay. All right. We got that back. Yeah, YouTube is acting up. I thought it was the phone. This YouTube is acting up. Yeah, it said nobody was here. It was still showing the last video up there. I'm looking at the phone. It's still showing it. The phone say there's one person here now. Before it was saying 0. Let me do a refresh. I got 6 thumbs down, and y'all hit the thumbs up. All right, the driver, where you at, buddy? That's your video. Come on in here and tell us what we just watched. Come tell us what we just watched. So this woman trying to say that that the daughter, Travis's sister, was dating Ahmed. But the father would kill him. The father didn't shoot him. That's what killed that idea.
Subscribe to Plunder. This is not Ahmaud Arbery, I wanted to get that out there, make it clear, and apologize for any confusion that I had over who was appearing in this video. I think the problem is that we've had at least 2 surveillance videos given out to the public at the same time. One was a daytime video which appears to contain footage of Ahmed Aubrey exploring a newly built open construction home in Satilla Shores owned by Larry English. And we had this video come out as well. And now I see why there was confusion. Not everyone has seen both videos, and that's part of the problem too. Some people are saying, oh yeah, I saw the video of Ahmed Aubrey in the house, but then when I say which video, and then they're confused. So now I understand why one of my viewers was saying, that was not Ahmed in the house. I'm disappointed in you for not realizing that. So anyway, I apologize to everyone. Ahmed Aubrey's parents have literally come out and said, this is not Ahmed in this video, the black and white one, which looks like it was taken at night. And I know he did appear thinner. This guy, his hair appears a little longer. We still don't know who he is. We don't know what date this video was taken. That would help if we had some date and time stamps. But according to Ahmad's parents, that is not him. So it looks like he's wandering around the home, and it's like you can see a deck there, and later on you'll see in this video where I kind of look around Google Earth and see why it is such an attractive neighborhood and why that home would have been so attractive. Now that video right there apparently is Ahmed Aubrey minutes before he got killed, looking around in an open construction home. You can tell his hair is a little bit different. He seems a little bit stockier than the other guy in the first video, and he seems to be wearing the same clothes he was wearing, unfortunately, when his life was taken away from him. But not this video. So I just had to start off that video with this. I had to apologize for my confusion. I can tell it's one of the things that will be confusing in this case, and people will want to conflate the 2 videos together and say, Ahmed was in that house all the time. But that might not be the case. There might have been several people who walked through that house, open construction. And we'll talk later about why the home seems so attractive. But first, let's talk about William Roddy Bryan and his fiancée, Amy Elron, I believe was her name. So many different names in this saga. They've given an interview. They've talked about their fear. And I might have spelled Amy Elron's name incorrectly. But they talked about being prisoners of not even just their home, but of their car. Apparently they're living outside of their car. And you'll also see later what it looks like outside the home. William Roddy Bryan is fighting for his life. He's trying to claim that, he didn't have any previous talk with the McMichaels about chasing down Ahmed and blocking him in. He's claiming, he thought he was just a witness, although I think everyone agrees. We're glad he took the video, but people don't like the role he played in chasing down and allegedly trying to block Ahmed Aubrey from running away. That's what it literally says in the police report. Roddy attempted to block him, which was unsuccessful. So
stop it.
Words like that make it seem as if William Roddy Bryan was a party to the melee. Now I know we'll look at the charges of the McMichaels. If William Roddy Bryan is charged, I'm not exactly sure what he will be charged with, but I feel it's probably coming. It's like the walls are closing in on him. And I think he and probably the McMichaels realized they could have done things a lot differently. And just wait till you see what is going on with his fiance's daughter on Facebook. I mean, I'm going to read some stuff to you. That's where the real drama is, and sometimes the real truth. So that's William Roddy. That is his fiance, Amy. Amy has a daughter named Cheryl. I gotta make sure I'm getting all these names right. There's so many characters in this human tragedy. So, her daughter spoke out in a rant on Facebook, which I think has gotten her in trouble. So, Amy is upset. She was talking about getting all these calls and threats and calls that start at 3 a.m. and oh, what a mess. But let's look at what's going on here. Cheryl, okay, this is, it's hard to describe everyone. Cheryl's mama's boyfriend recorded it, the video. The guy was saying, you'll see who he is in a second. No, someone wrote. And then he said, yes, Cheryl always hated his racist ass. So his baby mama, this guy's baby mama, her mother is Cheryl. And wow, that's crazy as F. So he is saying that his baby mama always hated Roddy's racist ass. Okay. Whew. Are we clear? Let's see here. This is what Cheryl wrote. Now, Cheryl is the daughter of Amy. Amy is engaged to William Roddy Bryan. Cheryl wrote, that's my mama at the end of the day, and if anybody got a problem with her, they got a problem with me, and that's big facts. Neither one of them are racist, which is weird because he just said differently. Anyway, neither one of them are racist and neither one of them deserve this ish. I said what I said. She pulled out her Nene Leakes on that one. It said, my daughters can't even go to their mammy's house. Does she mean like mammy? That was just like the strangest thing for me to read. Like, is mammy another nickname for grandma? Like Meemaw? I don't know. I hadn't heard that before. Anyway, they can't go to their mammy's house because y'all pussy ass niggas want to threaten them. How about y'all threaten me? Because I know for a fact Rashad will go to war behind me and our girls. Now Rashad obviously is the baby daddy. He is the one whose message just said that Cheryl always hated Roddy's racist ass. So why is Cheryl posting this rant saying that neither one of them are racist? This made me laugh. Someone wrote, Rashad finna tell you to take this post down. Oh, you gotta laugh to keep from crying. Anyway, Cheryl responded, no, he didn't. He said, anybody who actually knew Ahmed knows he was on drugs, and Rashad was really close to him. So her boyfriend was close to... Wait, I gotta digest that. And someone wrote, you could have left that last part out when discussing my cousin. Yeah, I'm sorry everyone is threatening your mom, but be mindful of the stuff you say about Ahmed. And someone else wrote, him being on drugs didn't give anyone a right to kill him, so why is that even being discussed? So it reminds me of the Trayvon Martin situation. And one person I was speaking to had a good point. Cheryl, this woman's daughter, said anybody who knew anyone who knew Ahmed, all these names, gotta keep them straight. Anyone who knew Ahmed knew he was on drugs, and she's claiming Rashad knew Ahmed really well. But I thought, none of them, does that mean William Roddy knew? So of course she's backpedaling. Cheryl wrote, I'm not racist by far. I could have worded my post better, but I am hurt. At the end of the day, when your mother is being threatened, that cuts you deep. I apologize to anybody I offended. I just want peace for my family. So I understand that. I think peace is a good thing. And Cheryl, I think the truth she started speaking was good. Or rather, her baby daddy started speaking the truth. He wrote, oh, Cheryl always hated Roddy's racist ass, basically. So what is truth? Cheryl is coming out and saying her mom's not racist and Roddy's not racist. What is truth? That's what I'm asking. And maybe a lot of people call their grandma mammies. I don't know. That sounds so southern, 1900s, 1800s. Oh, where was I? I'm going to cut these videos into like all different, probably 20-minute segments or more because there's so much to discuss. I mean, the scene outside of William Roddy Bryan's house on Saturday was whoa, you know. The Black Panthers were rolling through there. I've linked to that video below. It's pretty interesting. They were taking photos in front of the Trump signs, and they it wasn't a Trump sign in front of William Roddy's house. That's a different house right there, I guess. But they were also taking, someone said they saw a Knights of Columbus, I guess, insignia or something somewhere. It's crazy. So whoever accused me of race baiting, I'm just pointing out, like, yikes, look at what's happening here. And I've heard that, you know, there's a big dichotomy between the neighborhoods. We'll look at Satilla Shores a little bit, like a predominantly white neighborhood, really nice homes, they noted as these people were walking around. And where Ahmed came from in Brunswick may not have necessarily been as nice, predominantly black, and then you see this big, you know, war. Meanwhile, Larry English, who owns that home, he wants nothing to do with this. He's washing his hands of this. He said they want Ahmad's parents to know they are very sorry for their loss, their son, and they're praying for them. Basically, he was telling the news and anyone who will listen that he had nothing to do with this killing. I think Larry English lives like 90 miles away. Maybe it's just a vacation home he was building. I don't even know if he ever even moved in yet. We hear the 911 caller say that he had heart trouble. So, meanwhile, the cops gave me this stuff. Gregory Johns McMichael, 64-year-old, booking date 5/7/2020, no release date, thankfully listed on there from what they gave me. And they wouldn't turn over the body cam footage as I expected. They told me Ahmaud Arbery's body cam footage. This is the response I got from the Administrative Division of the Glenn County Police Department. Please be advised that the information you request, body camera videos, is part of an open or pending criminal investigation or criminal prosecution. Therefore, this information is exempt from disclosure under the Open Records Act and is not presently available for public inspection. So, you know, I anticipated that. It's a miracle I even got the 911 calls. So, I really want to see the body cam footage of that first responding officer, because we know that he or she, I'm not sure who it is, literally heard gunshots. So that body cam, the Axon body cameras, I'm assuming it's an Axon, they're great. They probably pick up footage from a long way away and sound. So hopefully we have additional footage that a jury can use to convict. You know, right now we only have William Roddy Bryan's footage, which is great footage. I'm not saying he performed great actions. I'm saying his great video footage is something that a jury can look at and use to convict these men of murder. Yeah, there's a lot more to talk about. So much drama. I think these people feel under siege in their homes. But I had to get a look at how this neighborhood looks, because when I saw the videos and the footage of that home that's under construction, I can see why it's so attractive, because it looks like when whichever trespasser we are watching, I think it's just the one at night, whoever that guy is, it looks like he goes out in the back on a deck. And so first I kind of had to zoom out, and I wanted to look at how it looks. So after we get the lay of the land, especially for those unfamiliar with Florida or Georgia area, or even the United States, we can kind of take a peek at the area we're examining, and then we'll kind of do a quick little brief kind of map of the crime scene. So there's Florida, according to Google Earth, and things might look a little twisted. And I mean, I've spent like 5 years in Florida living there, and I didn't realize, like, you see Georgia, we know Georgia is there, but we kind of tend to focus on the Atlanta side of things. The eastern seaboard, I wasn't as familiar with in terms of Georgia, and it looks like it's a really beautiful area. So I was clicking around and trying to zoom in, and I actually wanted footage of I wanted to literally see how the home looked, the actual home where Ahmed was seen walking into. But that was a little difficult to find. I mean, we've seen still photos. I can put more of those at the end as well. But I just wanted to kind of get an idea of how it looked around that neighborhood and where it's positioned geographically, and where I was trying to see what body of water I was seeing.
I mean, if y'all interested, I'll let it play.
And why it would look attractive. So you can see how far away it is from the shore. That should be the Atlantic Ocean, if memory serves, of course. And, you know, it's an area I haven't necessarily visited, but it's very close to where I attended college in Tallahassee, Florida. And, you know, it's probably a great vacation area. And all these things kind of play into the mindset of, you know, these warring factions, like I always call them, and just kind of taking a stroll down the area and the neighborhood. And, you know, I do feel bad for certain neighbors or people in the area the ones who didn't invite this trouble to their door, the ones who aren't racist or don't care about hunting down people like animals. And we'll talk also a little bit about, I'm not sure, I better read this now because I'm not sure, I don't think I put it in the notes on the screen. Larry English is the man who is building the home in the McMichaels neighborhood. And he did say to the Daily Beast that someone stole $2,500 in fishing gear from him earlier this year, but he never reported the theft, he told the Daily Beast. So I can imagine if that theft of $2,500 in fishing gear, which, you know, makes sense, it was probably on the back porch somewhere in an open construction, not that it's right, but that's what he says happened. He didn't report it. Imagine if that got around the neighborhood. And when we listen to those 911 calls, you can look back at my videos about that, we notice that the first thing the first caller says is, hey, you know, he's saying it almost as if he knows the 911 operator, but he says, hey, and he doesn't, you know, his name is redacted, so we don't know who that is. He says, hey, you know, I'm out here at Centilla Shores. We've been having break-ins. Like, that's the first thing he says. And I don't think it's Roddy on the phone. I don't know who. It couldn't be Roddy on the phone because he's the guy who's seen walking around, you know, not in a car chasing someone down. But he says, hey, we've been having some break-ins. And, you know, so I'm wondering if the McMichaels mind state was, oh, no, you know, this house over here, which is, I believe, 5 houses away from his, the house that's the under construction home, you know, if the McMichaels are thinking in their mind, they're on this high alert state that this home that's not even mine, one that I don't even own, no one lives in, but, you know, I've championed and crowned myself and my son defenders of the neighborhood, of all that's good. And so anyone seen going in that house, I'm going to chase them down and shoot that black man down so he cannot harm our women and children. You know, I'm just trying to put myself in the mind state of the McMichaels doing what they did. Instead of, like they did, just call police, and that first responding officer who arrived and heard the gunshots, I want to see the footage. You know, the officer was just that close that he or she
Hey, the driver, I just learned something.
And
the responding officer heard the gunshots.
Ahmed, or stopped him for questioning, or, you know, like they have now. They have the surveillance video. It's something that could have been reported to authorities and said, oh, okay, this guy broke in here. So it's one of these homes, and you can see on the right, one of them, you see how it's like a little river or an inlet or what have you that flows out, I guess, to the ocean. That's why we see a deck in the back of that new home construction. So I wondered, it helps to kind of see it from overhead like this and to see why it was so attractive. I bet you that Larry English never moves into that house now. Now it has just such a stigma attached to it. And as they were saying, he was having heart problems anyway, so I don't know how much he was going to finish the home anyway. We can take a look at a few more pictures of the home before we start speaking about the new prosecutor on the case, which kind of gives me hope that the McMichaels may not get away with murder. But in the meantime, we can look at a couple of confusing and conflicting statements that are being mentioned in the press. Did I mention that I heard Cheryl lost her job after that rant? I'm not sure where she worked. Not sure if that's true. And with the smear campaign against Ahmed with the drugs, that reminds me of Trayvon. Anyway, the Washington Post reported the homeowner is saying, "I've never had anything stolen from my property or any kind of robbery." So we had that at first, but then we have the report from the Daily Beast saying Larry English said there was $2,500 worth of fishing gear stolen. Maybe he didn't know at first. I don't know. He said there was an alert the day Ahmed was there, just that someone was on the property. But I don't know. Let's take a look at this. This X is the site of the murders. M, over there on the left, is the McMichael home. V is Brian's vehicle where he had his car parked, and H is the home under construction. That's where it was located. And the B down at the bottom is Brian's home. I wonder why he had his car parked on he must have, I don't know, driven over there. So you kind of get a relation to everything. Blue is the path where the stuff happened. And then, of course, thankfully, the arrests happened. We'll talk about the prosecutor just appointed to the case and how she might make a difference. Of course, we still have to see how a jury votes to convict these men, and that's why I like to get input from people, those who have gone over the facts. The Attorney General Carr asking the Justice
You're right, the driver. It's so many lies.
How Aubrey's case was handled. You'll find that link below. And we'll talk a little bit about this prosecutor who is now on the case. But Georgia Attorney General Chris Carr on Monday named Cobb County District Attorney Joyette Holmes as the prosecutor in the Ahmaud Arbery murder case. Now, that's a good thing according to Ahmaud Arbery's family. They're probably like, oh my goodness, let's get all these people good old boys who know each other, and ones that might be racist, might not be racist, all just kind of a sick, incestuous type relationship here. Get them off of the case, and let's get Joyette Holmes as the prosecutor. So the Arbery family is applauding that decision. We'll see what happens with it. In order for justice to be carried out both effectively and appropriately in the murder of Ahmaud Arbery, it is imperative that the special prosecutor has no affiliation with the Southeast Georgia legal or law enforcement communities, said Benjamin Crump, one of 3 attorneys representing the family. We implore District Attorney Joyette Holmes to be zealous in her search for justice as she works to hold all of those responsible for the unjustifiable execution of an armed young black man in broad daylight. Yep. Holmes, the third prosecutor assigned to the case, was appointed to the district attorney position by Governor Brian Kemp to fulfill the unexpired term of Vic Reynolds, who now heads the Georgia Bureau of Investigation. Okay. Holmes began her term as Cobb County DA in July 2019 after serving as Chief Magistrate in Cobb County. I'm wondering if the trial will be held there then. I don't know. Is that what that means? Jackie Johnson, the DA for the Brunswick Judicial Circuit, recused herself, rightly so, from the case because Greg Michael, one of the men charged with the murder of Aubrey, previously worked as an investigator in her office. Waycross Judicial Circuit DA George Barnhill was first picked to handle the prosecution, but also had to recuse himself because he bungled it and because his son works in the Brunswick District Attorney's office. So I'm glad Barnhill and Jackie Johnson are way away from this case. Carr then appointed Tom Durden, DA for the Atlantic Judicial Circuit, as the prosecutor before appointing Holmes. Durden has stepped aside. Aubrey, a 25-year-old black man, was shot and killed Sunday, February 23rd, while jogging through a neighborhood in an unincorporated area of southern Glenn County near Brunswick. Gregory and Travis McMichael were arrested and charged with felony murder and aggravated assault late last week after a cell phone video of Aubrey being gunned down was released. They are currently being held without bond in the Glenn County Detention Center. Carr asked the Department of Justice on Sunday to conduct an investigation into the handling of the case. The GBI assumed control of the investigation into Aubrey's death last week. Reynolds, director of the GBI, said more arrests are possible. We can only hope and pray. I just don't know exactly what William Roddy Bryan's charges will be. That's what I've been trying to kind of toss over in my mind. And I'm not sure. But we wait and see. You know, if his own fiance's daughter's baby daddy, if there's an easier way to say that, I wish I could. If his own fiance's daughter's baby daddy, you know, if that guy is saying that his fiance's daughter couldn't even stand Roddy's racist ass, that's not a good sign. That's not a good sign. I mean, these are the people that know him best. So while William Roddy Bryan is trying to convince the world that he just saw his neighbors in trouble or something was going on and he jumped out there to help them, Mr. Shooting Squirrels Dead in the Neighborhood, Greg McMichael there, I don't know if that's gonna fly. We'll see. And I don't like the smear campaign. It's the same thing they tried to do with Trayvon Martin when Trayvon Martin, they tried to say, oh, one time he brought a baggie that had some marijuana residue in it to school and blah, blah, blah. Let's talk about this verse one of my viewers led me to. Exodus 22, 2-3. If a thief is caught breaking in at night and is struck a fatal blow, the defender is not guilty of bloodshed. That's where they stopped quoting. But if it happens after sunrise, the defender is guilty of bloodshed. First of all, I don't like if anyone's trying to twist scripture to fit a certain narrative. I don't care if Ahmaud Arbery used drugs or not. Of course, drugs are bad. We don't want anyone to use drugs. I don't care if he was trespassing. He was doing things obviously he should not have done. I see why that home was probably attractive, not just to Ahmaud Arbery, but to that other young man who was caught on video trespassing. Perhaps it represented something different that they've never seen. I'm not making excuses for them. I'm trying to understand the situation. But for anyone who can say they've never trespassed anywhere in their entire life, okay, fine, kudos to you. And secondly, for those of us who will admit that we've made mistakes, we've done wrong things in the past. I keep bringing up that St. George's Island beach home I looked in as a teenager with my college friends from Florida A&M, and, thank God there was no one hunting and chasing us down afterward and killing us like dogs in the street for making that mistake. This case, it just reminds me of people are going to, try and demonize Ahmaud Arbery, and some people will try and demonize him and justify his murder and try and uplift Gregory and Travis McMichael and Roddy Bryan as some, defenders of the faith and good Christian men defending their neighborhood by shooting down the darkies, shooting us down like dogs in the street. No, we can tell right from wrong. I am big enough to admit that Ahmed should not have been trespassing. I'm big enough to admit that, of course, doing drugs is wrong, If that's even true, first of all. That just came out of someone's butt, who knows? Maybe he did, maybe he didn't. Whatever it is, the situation could have been handled much better. Mother didn't have to lose her son that day. And I want to see the rest of Larry English's surveillance videos, because if he starts, going through, it takes time to pull them all out. If he's going through his Ring camera or Xfinity system, whatever, and if we see any non-black people checking out his under construction home, ooh, let's see how this is going to look, Let me get away from my house and let me go in this home and see, and let's look in the back and see, at night and peaceful in the water, would they have deserved the same fate? Would they have gotten the same attention from the McMichaels? I doubt it. They were likely on high alert. It probably became this urban legend. It's probably this big us against them mentality. Those people over there on the other side of the bridge in that bad town, keep them from coming over here in our beautiful land, and we'll do whatever we have to do to defend ourselves. There's nothing wrong with defending yourself when the person is in danger. If Greg McMichael had seen somebody, I don't care what color he is, attacking a woman or something, or I don't know, doing something crazy, of course that's a felony being committed, and he could try and enact his little citizen's arrest then. Or if Travis McMichael had seen someone breaking into his home, which I think that Exodus verse is in reference to, someone coming in your home, not coming in some abandoned or under construction house down the street that you have no ties to. If someone's coming in your own home, threatening your life and scaring you and, becoming a threat to your family, of course, by all means, take them out. I totally understand that. I covered that case in Utah where the guy broke in to the Butterfields' home and only took $20, and then he walked back out and forgot his mask or forgot his car keys or whatever, came back, didn't have his mask on, was afraid that Mr. Butterfield recognized him, so he took them both out. He killed those young parents of 3 children. It was horrible. Now, if Tony Butterfield had had a gun on him, by all means, take that guy, Albert Enoch Johnson, out. Take him out. I wouldn't have cared. I don't say I don't care. I care about everyone's soul. But I wouldn't have defended Albert Enoch Johnson. He was doing wrong, breaking in someone's home, threatening their lives. He ended up killing them. I wish Tony Butterfield did have a gun, and he took Psycho Al off of this earth. Because Psycho Al was doing the wrong thing. He was breaking inside an occupied home, stealing $20 from people. He even got them up out of bed. And, Tony did his best trying to stab him, and Psycho Al claimed he was so mad it hurt so much that that's why he shot both of the Butterfields dead. Now, in that instance, I do wish Tony had a gun. So I'm not some bleeding heart liberal saying no one should have guns, everyone should be able to do whatever you want. That's not it. But we can see right from wrong. Ahmed Aubrey looks like he was exploring this under construction home, and they called the cops on him. He had this instinct to run. and the citizens arrest yahoos, I call them, chase him down and sticking this long gun in him towards his body, and he was trying to get around the blocked cars and truck and everything. And I just feel like Travis and Greg wanted to take him out. That bloodlust. We don't need to have bloodlust. If someone comes at us, they're threatening us in our homes, take them out. If I see someone across the street or down the street and they are exploring some under construction home, I can definitely call the cops on them. I can wait until the surveillance footage is pulled. Greg and Travis could have even followed Ahmed home. They could have tried to keep eyes on him as long as they could, and they could have turned him over to police. But they didn't. They became judge, jury, and God. And none of us are God. And that's what I hope Greg, Travis, and even Brian realizes now. I hope they see the error of their ways. I hope anyone who has a desire to explore an under construction home or even walk to the store to get Skittles, decides to keep their wits about them and try the best to avoid hate. Anyway, thanks for watching, and stay tuned for more about the Ahmed Aubrey case as updates become available. Take care.
All right. Driver said there's so many lies in this case. It is. And I can't wait for the trial. Let me fix the chat. Put on live chat. Let's delete the other chat. Pop chat out. Put it on live chat. And then copy. All right, y'all, let's get ready to talk about this. Let me fix the chat. Let's type something. Hello. All right. There we go. All right. Chat is up. All right, y'all. Let's talk about this. As more and more stuff comes out, nobody is addressing the fact that this young man is out there near the water. According to y'all, Any help he might have was on the other side of the bridge. What made him decide to go for the gun? The father knows him. The old man might not remember him, but I know if I'm sitting in the courtroom, and thank goodness I haven't had to do that much. I know everybody. I wouldn't know everybody that would testify against me. He knew the old man in that truck. The old man was in the truck talking to the 911. The old man was in the truck talking to 911. What made him decide to go after Travis? Travis had the rifle. The man in the truck was on the phone talking to 911. Do you think Ahmed thought that he could take the son and get the gun? So with the driver, you think he was having an affair? With whose daughter? Did Travis have a daughter? Or did the father have a daughter? Travis is 34 years old. He wouldn't have a daughter old enough. You said Travis' sister? Then where's the footage with the girl? If he was going to meet a young lady in the abandoned house and they was going to fool around, why is there no female in none of the videos? But even if Ahmed was laying up with one of those young white girls, everybody keeps saying how bad the father is. The only thing they said about the son was that the son did the same thing. Went in somebody's house and got bit by a dog. That's all we hearing about Travis. Travis is the trigger man. Travis did the killing. Why are we not hearing anything about Travis? Does Travis have a criminal history? Has Travis been to jail? Has he been in fights and riots against black people with the KKK? They showed the father marching with the KKK. The driver said she was the one who wrote the letter. I believe that. But the one thing, they said that the father liked to shoot squirrels. The father liked guns. The father didn't do the shooting. As y'all try to steer that way, that Michael was racist, and that maybe he thought that he was there to see a young white female in that community, if y'all wanted to go that route, then why didn't the racists shoot him? He liked to shoot squirrels. He had somebody live running at him. Why he didn't shoot him? He had somebody punching on his son, and he still didn't shoot him. This is what hurts that argument y'all trying to make. If he's a racist and he was looking to kill him punching on his son should have been a reason to kill him. Yet the 3 blasts came from the shotgun. If this man could pick a squirrel off, he couldn't pick off the boy. Now, the driver says, the letter said, I wish I had to stop them. She wished they could stop what? Stop Ahmed from running at Travis and wrestling with him? Stop Ahmed from punching the man? Like he in a boxing ring? He wasn't even trying so much as to yank the gun from him. He was trying to knock him out and get the gun. Like he's watching the Mike Tyson videos or something. We saw the letter, we showed it last night. But somebody left a letter. You said you believe that it was the daughter. If he was jogging over there to see one of them girls, why was he in the abandoned house? 1. Or the empty house? 1. If he supposed to be on the down low, why would he commit a crime? Because that's what that was. You on the down low, you supposed to be discreet. How you think in that community nobody not gonna see anything? They're gonna see everything. Them people got money. Somebody always looking. You can't do nothing in the hood. without somebody saying it. So when you got stuff to protect, somebody always looking. You might not see them, but they see you. And most black folk know that. People are always looking at you, waiting for you to do something. So imagine when you go into a white neighborhood, you know they looking for you to do something. He said, BD, the news said they got in an argument 2 weeks before the killing. The news never said why. Well, the driver, it's all going to come out in the case, I hope. But like I said, somehow, now, if you go with what we talked about yesterday, it could make sense. But then you say the dude on the 11th wasn't him. So now that's muddy. At least that kind of made sense. He pretended he had a gun and scared Travis away. And Travis went and got his daddy. But that makes Travis look like a damn coward. And then the video show him backing away from Ahmed, which even enforces the fact that he's a coward. So now it looks even worse for Ahmed. It makes it look like these good old boys just wanted to hold him till the police got there, but he said, no, I ain't going to jail. I'm going to take you out. Something ain't right here. The man that did the killing, the reports make him be a coward. And y'all know, if you got a hard father, the son is usually a coward. Then the grandson is embarrassed by how much a coward his father is, and he wind up being like his grandfather. Y'all know what I'm talking about. You don't hear nothing about Mike Tyson's sons. Mike Tyson was a terror in his community growing up. You don't hear nothing about his sons. But I bet you, Mike Tyson grandsons is going to be tearing it up. That's how it go. Hard father, meek son, hard father. My godfather was a rough man, a tough man, an ignorant man. He used to beat his sons unmercifully. But would take them to school, they messed up, would have them pull their pants down and would beat them. All three of the sons just as meek and nice as they could be. Just as meek and nice as they could be. So you know their children is going to have a rap sheet. The driver says, BD, the man with the camera, held on to the evidence. I believe that they planned this, BD. I believe the cameraman got scared and turned over the evidence. Naya says, interesting driver. She also took a picture of him laying in the pavement. So then that brings up more information. Because Roddy says he barely knew the McMichaels. And if you're saying that Aubrey was there to see Ronnie's daughter, and that the daughter stayed back and saw that go down and didn't do anything. And that's why she wrote the letter and took the picture. But that's still not explaining something. If the McMichaels barely knew Roddy, why would they care who his daughter dated? I'm just asking. If I don't know you, why do I care about your daughter who I really don't know? Who's she messing with? Now, if I'm a racist and it's my daughter, my granddaughter, Travis is only 34. How old is Travis's daughter? He's only 34. George McMichael is 64. Travis is 34. That means that he had him when he was 30. So for Travis to have a daughter old enough, wait a minute, even if you divide the 34 in half, that's 17. George is 64 years old. How old is his wife? His wife young? If Travis is 34, and you saying that George married a younger woman, and she gave him a child, now men like, wait a minute. Nah, whose sister? The driver says some women can have kids in their mid-40s. So you saying that there was a daughter and the father didn't like and you saying that the daughter was dating Ahmed and he wanted to kill Ahmed, but he didn't shoot Ahmed. Travis did. If he wanted to shoot Travis, he could just shot him. Now you say that they planned the shooting. Then why was Ronnie so bad with the camera. Why he didn't get a camera mount? Because he missed a lot of footage with him driving and waving around. He missed a lot of footage. If you were recording something and you were going to do this with a plan as an initiation or something, you would want a steady recording. Is that what you trying to say this was? You can see the more questions you raise, the more questions become apparent. When you see the recordings of the gang initiations, it ain't all over the place. This dude is trying to drive and hold the phone in the other hand. If they planned it, why didn't he use a phone mount? They only cost $5 at the flea market. You can get something from China. $5 on eBay. We ordered 2 mounts for the scooter. It was by accident, but we ordered 2. I could have canceled one, but I said no, I'll keep them both because for some reason those mounts keep breaking. So now we got 2 of them on the way, so that way if it happens. Now one supposed to be here tomorrow, and knowing my luck, we won't get that neither. That's why we got 2 of them coming. So now the driver says that he was running from them, but they were sitting there waiting for him. Travis was outside the truck at the driver's door, boots on the ground. He ran straight into them. If I'm coming down the road and I see a car sitting stationary, I'm going to go around them to the other side. I'm going to cross the yellow line. If they cross the yellow line, or if they keep coming, I know they're coming for me. He didn't go that way. He got up to the truck and then went that way. Then doubled back and came back and got Travis. The driver says, I believe he was with that girl. I think they made up a lie. Anything's possible. But I say it again, if their intent was to kill them, to kill Aubrey, why did they call 911? They could have just killed them and threw them in the Legon River. Who was going to find them? They could have thrown them They could have thrown him into the grassy knoll. You saw the pictures. He would have been found for years. Why were they calling 911? If they wanted to kill him, why would they call the police? When he ran up to the truck, the old man didn't do anything. Why he didn't pull out his gun? When he ran that way, the old man didn't do nothing. Still on the phone. He wrestling with the son. The old man still on the phone. Then he go, wait a minute, put the phone away and start fiddling with his gun. If they were looking to kill him, why didn't they just kill him? If we take your theory and they plan to kill him, what was the purpose of calling the police, Naya? If you want to kill somebody, why are you calling the police? The driver said because he was seen on camera running, BD, they killed him because they didn't want him to tell something. I could be wrong. Hey, Liz. Did they not want something to be known? Or did Ahmed not want something to be known? I can ask you that in return. Did Ahmed want something not to be known? Oh. Yeah, the father was on the phone with the 911 operator when Aubrey was running up to the truck. When Aubrey ran around the truck and started to run away, he was still on the phone with the 911 operator. We saw the video. Aubrey ducked back and came around. When he turned around and saw them fighting over the gun, that's when you see he put the phone away and started fiddling with his own gun. Now, yeah, but also remember we played the video where the father was on the phone and he was telling them, I don't know where we at. We in St. Hills, but get here. I'm gonna try and hold and hurry up and get here. You remember that video? He's on the phone with the police. That's why you see him on the phone. He's in the back of the pickup truck on the phone. Aubrey's running up to the truck. Aubrey darts around the truck. He's still on the phone. Aubrey double backs and goes around the front of the truck. He's still on the phone. When he turns around and see them fighting over the gun, that's when he put the phone away and he start fiddling, trying to get his own gun out. And you got to remember, he didn't keep up his gun training. So he might not have been a great shot. The driver says, BD, this was a chase. And I say to you, the driver, because this happened in minutes. You gotta remember now, this is minutes. This wasn't that long a chase. This happened in minutes. And you saw from the video the girl showed, they wasn't that far from the house. They wasn't that far from the house. Now, I can buy you a story that maybe they wanted to get him locked up so he don't come see the daughter. That makes sense. But getting him locked up and having him killed are two different things. They wanted to kill him. They could have just killed him. And when he ran in the grass, that was a perfect place. Because the grass, they can come out there and hose the grass down and wouldn't nobody say nothing. But you hosing down in the middle of the street, somebody gonna say something. It ain't gonna be nothing different. But now you still miss your point. If they were chasing him, why they just ain't shoot him? You see they wasn't that far from the house. Yeah, him and Travis was fighting over the gun. Ahmed could have just as easily had overpowered Travis and shot the both of them and be sitting on death row right now. That's why I said when he went for the gun, he pretty much sealed his own fate, because his best case scenario, he'd have got the gun, he'd have shot the both of them and be sitting on death row. Or the opposite. They'd have shot him and now maybe they gonna be sitting doing a 10-year sentence, but they won't be on death row. Unless somebody can get some information. You said it seems that he was running away from them. Then why did he run right up to the truck? And then turn? He should have been turned. They both was in cars. Why he didn't run and cut between the houses? They couldn't follow him through that terrain. And it'd be so bumpy that the father, if he wanted to, couldn't have got a good shot at him. One son driving, the other one driving, the guy with the camera driving. Hard to get a good aim at somebody when you're driving, especially when you're driving in the grass. You don't know what kind of logs and sticks and stuff is going to be there. You know, he ran right to them. Travis was standing in the street with the gun, and he ran right up to him. The driver says they got in an argument 2 weeks before, BD. I believe they warned him to leave that girl alone, BD. I believe she got caught over there again. So, where's the evidence that they had a conversation 2 weeks before? Because according to the videos that y'all provided, that 2 weeks before, that wasn't Aubrey, right? If they were intending to kill him, why did Travis let him grab the gun? Why was Travis letting him beat him up if their intent was to kill him? I'm just asking the question. If their intent was to kill him, why didn't he just kill him? It's some stuff that we don't know. That's what makes this case so interesting. Every time we think we know something, we find something else out. Now, you said they got into an argument 2 weeks before. Give us a link that tells us about that. Anybody have a link about them arguing? Anybody have a link about them arguing 2 weeks before? I'll gladly play it. This story got more legs. All right, the driver dropped it. Let's get it. Hang on a sec. Let me pull it up. Let me hit the refresh button. See if it'll put the chat back so I can keep. Oh, I got the phone right here. I don't need to keep the chat. My bad. Let me do a refresh on the radio. All right, let's get it. I'm the driver. Suspects in Aubrey shooting had earlier neighborhood confrontation. All right, this is a video. Well, let's get it. I knew gonna throw an advertisement in. Doggone it. Skip ad. Oops. Okay, y'all said that wasn't him. Oh, Lord, how do I stop this? I don't want to play. Why can't I stop it? There you go. All right. Less than 2 weeks before the February 23rd incident that left Ahmed Aubrey fatally shot in a suburb outside Brunswick, the father and son charged in the case had a confrontation with a young black man who had entered a neighboring house under construction, according to a neighbor who helped in the search. This is we did this yesterday. Wait, were you at the driver? We covered this yesterday. Diego Perez, y'all said he lied. Y'all said this man lied. Diego Perez accompanied Gregory McMichael, 64, and his son Travis McMichael, 34, on February 11th search and was at the shooting scene immediately after Aubrey was shot on February 23rd. Perez said he recognized Aubrey as the man they had confronted earlier. The McMichaels were arrested by the Bureau of Investigation last week and charged with felony murder and aggravated assault. They have been denied bond. The February 11th encounter had been prompted by a motion sensor camera video in the construction site that was hinged to the property that had pinged the property owner, who was 2 hours away. The owner, Larry English, texted the video to Perez, who lived near the construction site. Perez, who had spoken to the GBI, had offered to keep watch and told English he'd be happy to check on the property anytime. English told the agency that he did not know the McMichaels or provide them with any camera footage. Nothing was taken from his property, he said. Perez said he was armed when he left his home and walked up the Satilla Drive that night. As he walked toward the house under construction, Perez said Travis McMichael drove up from the opposite direction and stopped his truck. Travis saw him in the yard, and Travis stopped, Perez told the Atlanta Journal-Constitution on Tuesday. He confronted the man halfway in the yard. He said the man reached for his waistband, and Travis got spooked and went down the road. When Michaels returned, his father, Gregory Michael, was with him and armed, said Perez, who added that Elder McMichael had called the Glenn County Police Department. Perez said he found no evidence of the young man around the house. When police arrived, Perez described the vehicle to the police that he believes the young man entered before it drove away. Perez said they recognized the young man who had been in another security camera videos at the construction site in the months before. All they knew about him was that he was the guy that kept showing up on our cameras. Perez said no one knew who he was. Perez said he saw the man again on February 23rd, this time motionless. Aubrey lay dead on the pavement. Well, you have to make your mind up. Yesterday, what was it? Me, Naya, Snazzy, who else was here? They said, and even the woman that the first two videos we played earlier, she kept saying that was not Aubrey. Remember, he had a shirt on and he never shirt on? They said it wasn't him. This man says it was him. And he said that it kept showing up on the video. So when Michael said that they seen video, the owner, Larry English, was texting Miguel the videos. He was sending Miguel the videos and telling him to go check out the house. So since they all met at the house at the same time, you think he didn't go look at this video and look at he right here on that video. Look, he right here on that video. Then he says the next time that he saw Ahmed, he was laying in the pavement, dead. So the family saying that's not him. Well, Mr. Miguel says it was him. Now, Travis saw him in the yard. Travis was still in his car. He says the guy acted like he had a gun and was reaching in his waistband like he had a gun, like he was gonna pull it out and shoot him. So he pulled off. That's why I said the younger McMichael was a coward. If that's your neighborhood, you don't let nobody run you off, but he went and got his daddy. And they came back. And when they came back, they met up with Miguel. Miguel was pulling up. They were pulling up. He said, hey, what you doing? So, like, I came up with the scenario that maybe he was scoping the house out, waiting for them to put something in there they could take that's worth the trouble. And he came during the day jogging almost 2 weeks later, but people would have forgot. Came during the day, checked the place out. To his surprise, they were waiting on him when he came down the road. Now, he got away on the 11th. If that's him, he got away on the 11th. So now you know they don't want him to get away this time. And he's not going to be able to reach into his trousers and act like he got a gun, because you're going to have your shotgun right there ready. See, this is believable. If all this is true. So he got away at night. This time it's the daytime. They can see. There ain't no vanishing into the trees. There ain't no hopping in the car and pulling off. He on foot. And they got him. Now, like I said, the family says that's not him in the video. So that just kills the driver's argument, which is what I was trying to tell him. If that was Aubrey 2 weeks ago, and he barely got away on the 11th, on the 23rd, he come during the day, the man across the street spot him. He went down there and said, you know what, that boy back. Oh, we got him this time. Now you saying, is the family saying that's not him in the video? Now you're saying it's not him in the video. The driver saying it got something to do with who he dating. Now it makes sense that Aubrey knew the old man was a cop. He don't know he a former cop. He just know that man prosecuted me on my shoplifting and my breaking up probation charges. He didn't go after the old man. He went after the son, the same son. If it's true, that was him. All he had to do was pretend he had a gun, and the dude gonna go away. So I surely can take him. I ran him off just pretending I had a gun. Oh, and even if it wasn't him, if he knew who that was, they were like, that guy was. That's how I got away. I pretended I had a gun on my waistband. So it explains why he went after the son. He ain't had no respect for him. If you go with that scenario. Now Naya said, what you just said sound like a bunch of men looking for kill. Not looking for kill, but he got away. Whether that was him or not on the 11th, the young black man got away. This time, it's daytime now. He gonna stand out like a sore thumb in his neighborhood. We gonna find him. And it ain't take him no time to find him. Remember now, the homeowner across the street ran down the street 14 after. The police got there 19 after. He was already dead. So they didn't get that far. And you saw on the video, I mean on the Google Maps, the girl showed you it wasn't far. So Ahmed didn't get far. So the 25-minute chase and all that, I don't know where that came from. You only had 6 minutes from the time the man ran down the street to go get the McMichaels. So, yeah, you said looking for kill. I don't think they were looking for kill. I think they saw this as a redemption. We get a second chance. We was going to catch him the first time. He got away. Now he's back. You know? So if you say it was him, then that's giving them a reason why they went after him, because they missed him the first time. That gives them a reason to go after him. Not a reason to kill him. Unfortunately, Ahmed gave them the reason to kill him. They just wanted him to be arrested, to be an example. If you come to Scintilla Shores, we gonna get you. You ain't gonna get away. Don't even come around here. They're on that side of the bridge. Don't even come over here. That was the intent, I believe. Not so much to kill him. Now, the driver is bringing up that he was dating McMichael's daughter and all this and all that. Well, that's a different wrinkle to the story. But we doing the other wrinkle, because they saying that that's not him on the 11th. The owner of the house admitted that he didn't file police reports. But there is a report on the 11th. Now the driver says there's a woman involved. She must be a sleazy woman, because I'm sorry, if I'm a woman, you can't get me a better place than we had to go to an abandoned house to have sex? You can't do better than that? I'm offering you this white coochie, and you can't get a daggone motel room? You can't get the flat bed of a pickup in the middle of the park with some candles? You can't get a blanket on the beach? You can't do nothing? Can't find an old rowboat? You can't find nothing? We got to go to a house that's being built, that's not even locked. Anybody can come in here and kill her. There had to be some sleazy people. Why he couldn't borrow a car and rent a car, come pick that young lady up and take her out of the Oaks. Bring her on the other side of the bridge. Had that fun and then drop her off and speed the heck out of there. I'm keeping it real now. I'm giving you every angle. As y'all bring me these things, I'm putting it out there. And I'm keeping it raw. Y'all are females. You are Liz. Is somebody gonna take you to an empty house that you know they don't own? You gonna lay it with somebody? Along the plywood and along the sanders and along the nails, and there's not even a soft place for y'all to lay at. But you gonna let somebody I mean, is his daughter on meth? A meth head might let you get away with that. A crackhead might let you get away with that. I don't even think a heroin addict will let you get it. Well, maybe. Yeah, maybe. The driver is trying to say that he was meeting a girl over there. And I'm trying to say to you, what girl is going to, especially if, even though a vagina is a vagina, I guess they can make it seem like, well, I'm letting you get this white vagina and you can't put nothing up. You can't show me you want it. You can't provide me a place. I'm just asking y'all, make it make sense. The driver said, BD, something was going on in that home. But I asked you. We got 2 women in the chat that we know of. And I'm just saying, would y'all let somebody, if you supposed to be the higher class, I don't know how to say it without offending nobody. If you supposed to be the most, I'll take the easy way out and say what Tommy say. If they supposed to have more class or whatever, and you lucky to be able to hit it, you can't provide a place to do it at. You got to go into a place in their neighborhood that they got to walk by every day, and you got to take them in there, and it's not no bed in there. It's not nothing comfortable. He's sitting there in shorts and a t-shirt, so he ain't even got no blankets, no blow-up mattress, no nothing. Why the heck? You never know when a workman gonna come by there. I mean, I'm just trying to make your analogy make sense. I'm trying to make the analogy that y'all are bringing up, I'm trying to make them make sense. And let me not say y'all, because it's a driver that keeps saying it. I'm trying to give every angle. Because first of all, you would have to be thirsty to want the daughter of somebody who you believe is in the KKK, somebody that's helped prosecute you and put you in jail. You would have to be thirsty. That's number one. You would have to have mental problems. You said it could have been Travis's wife? The problem wouldn't be with Aubrey. The problem would be with his wife. He should have his wife hanging by her daggone toes from the tree. For this young man that can't even provide a place for her to go lay at, she should be hanging from the daggone tree. She should be laying in the middle of the street. Why is he laying in the street? I'm just saying. Ugh. So driver, how old is the wife? Remember now, Travis is 25 and he looked like a daggone 17-year-old. That video of him in the house, he looked young. So if Travis is 34, you figure his wife is between 29 and 36. What was she doing messing around with that young man? What was she doing robbing the cradle? She a young cougar? Why would he still want her if she believed that she laid up with a black man? Why would he still want her? Yeah, he's 34. So you figure men always go younger when they can, but sometimes they go older, but normally it's younger. So you figure she between 28 and 36. I gave a good range. A man ain't gonna go too much higher. The driver said she could have been a sugar mama. Well, sugar mama's supposed to have money. That would the word sugar mean money. Money mama or money man. So she couldn't provide a place for them to go frolicking. He got to come over there where her racist father-in-law is. He got to come over there to see her. I'm just saying, you know, y'all always talking about Tommy Sotomayor. He 40-something messing with them 20-year-olds. So this woman, if he's 34, she's got to be between 30 and 36. So she messing around with a younger man. You said muscular, I believe you said. The other day, yeah, when we first saw the film, he did look big. But then we saw the other film, he's scrawny as on the way. That's why he couldn't get the gun from the man. I believe Travis is a coward, but he had a weight advantage, big weight advantage. I think he had a 90-pound weight advantage. Travis looked like he about 210, 220. Ahmed, according to the video with him inside the house, he looked like he barely 110. A $105. Yeah, we watched a video, some woman on Facebook. I wish we knew the name so we could pull it up. She was arguing with somebody who supposed to be the baby mama of the baby mama of the guy that filmed it. The baby mama of the fiance. He said that he knew Roddy and he took drugs and he wasn't mentally stable. And what else he said, the driver? I think the woman said that McMichael's daughter liked black men, and her father would kill her if she knew she was messing around with a black man. I got news for you. The fact that he couldn't get that gun away from McMichael, I bet you he thought he could take him. I bet you he thought he could take him. But I think that I think he had one eye on the father and had one eye on the son. But after you get shot the first time, how you not stop? So we talking about a shotgun. You know what they say? You cock a shotgun, most people go, hey, you cock it. If y'all seen the Faces of Death videos, they say, yeah, it's not a matter of him taking anything. They didn't know that. That's why I said, you ever seen a cop shoot somebody and say they saw something shiny and it wound up in a cell phone and they sitting there looking for the gun and can't find the gun? I imagine that they were looking for tools. I know he stole something, goddammit, and something, he ain't got nothing on him. Nah, man, he got some drywall in his, he got something, he ain't get no nails, he just have something from the house. So we can justify this. They're like, you gotta have something. Naya said it was fight or flight. Well, he chose to fight. Worst case scenario, they rough him up and hand him over to the police. Was the sex worth it? Well, Liz, you keep saying we don't know what he was thinking, but you keep saying that they were setting him up, that they were going to kill him. And every opportunity they had to kill him, they didn't take. And it's not till, if he'd have got that gun, he could have killed them. That's when the shots were fired. The time they chased him, they didn't shoot him. He ran up to the truck, they didn't shoot him. He started to run through the grass, they didn't shoot him. He doubled back and ran around the truck. Nobody shot him. First shot didn't go up until he tried to go for the gun. Second shot go off, they're fighting over the gun. After the second shot, he started beating the man. Third shot went off. And you see Michael backing up. Gun down at his side. Back it up. He wasn't, yeah, you dad going in? Yeah, thought you can get my gun, huh? Yeah, I'll kill you. You didn't see that? After the father got his gun working, why he didn't go over there and take a couple shots at him? Pow, 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 pow. Dad going dirty, stinking in, messing with my daughter. Is he dead? Let's make sure he dead. Come here. You didn't see none of that. Who's the day? He got shot 3 times by that shotgun. Naya said they went after him with weapons. On the 11th, whether that was Ahmed or not, that person acted like he had a weapon. And what did Travis do? Went and got his daddy and came back with some weapons. He got away, whether that was Ahmed or not. So if you know that you think it's the same person, that this person acted like he had a weapon, and you didn't have a weapon. That's why the boy ran. This time, you know he might have a weapon, so what are you going to do? You're going to bring a weapon. That doesn't make sense. If the first time you confront him, you believe it's the same person, whether he black or not, he gave the impression that he had a weapon. So there's an old saying, you don't go to a gunfight with a knife. So if the person is, if they think it's the same person and he act like he had a gun, he went back and came with guns. So if somebody say, hey, that same person was just at the house. Oh yeah, the dude act like he got a gun, let's get him. What they gonna do? They gonna grab a gun. Doesn't that make sense? That doesn't make any sense. If you believe that somebody armed, you will go after them not being armed. I'm just asking the question. Nah, yeah, but they don't know that. Whether they think it's him. I'm getting into the mindset of the men. I'm not defending the men. I'm using the facts that y'all give me, and I'm trying to think, how would they think at that moment? This is what I keep bringing up. How would they think? And the first story we looked at, they were saying the same thing I was saying. He came at them. He was the aggressor. This is the scenario they trying to paint. I told y'all that 3 days ago. And that's what they were gonna say. I told y'all that 3 days ago. And that's what they gonna say. Look at how violent he is. Look at him punching him. Look at him. You can see it. He deserved to die anyway. He wasn't no good. That's what they're going to be thinking in their head. They get some of them good old boys up on that jury. The only reason that it's even been, if nobody didn't release that video and the Federal Bureau didn't step in, this case would have been thrown under the rug. And then there'd been another black person killed. Oh well. Because the world is watching, we might get some justice. Might. But yeah, it's a small town and they know who another is, or they know of each other. And like I said, the person that went to tell the mother about his death left a whole lot of stuff out. The prosecutor that got the case, she turned it over to somebody else. That person turned it over to somebody else. Third person said, oh, this is a hot potato here. Nah, I don't want this. And he called in the feds. So it's already a small town. You got a former police officer that everybody love and respect. Nobody wanted to touch that case. But if they wanted to kill Aubrey, all they had to do was put on some makeup and make themselves look black. Go buy some black apparel. Ride by there with some rap music playing, shoot them, and keep right on going. And they'd have been looking for black males. They could have got around the corner and took off the clothes and just put on a t-shirt and some shorts and wiped the makeup off. And when nobody knows, they could have went to a dumpster and thrown all that stuff in there, and nobody wouldn't have known nothing. They were looking for black people. The driver says, BD, after that video, I would have to say they killed him on purpose. If they killed him on purpose, why they allow him to get his hand on the shotgun? If they were going to kill him, why did they allow him to get his hands on the shotgun? Ahmed was fighting for his life, but so was Travis. He don't know what this person was going to do if he got control of that gun. That's the part that's going to kill it. That's the part that's going to kill the case. They wanted to stop him, hold him till the police got there. He decided to fight. Now, if you say that Travis was supposed to just let him take the gun from him and let him shoot him and his father, and with the video, Ahmed will be sitting on death row right now. He only had two options: run the opposite direction and pray they don't follow him, or just stop and say, what do you want? Because the other two options ain't good. He either gonna get the gun and shoot the both of them and be sitting on death row right now, or they were gonna shoot him. What he did, there was no way out. Sitting on death row for the next 20 years waiting to be killed, rather than going down to the station and getting your little ticket for your misdemeanor trespassing. The video would have proved he didn't take anything. They would have gave him a little ticket. He went about business. I didn't bother nothing. There you go. Now you're saying you don't know the outcome. If they were going to kill him, they could have been killed him. They had plenty of opportunities to kill him. The actions that Ahmed took led to his death. The white men shouldn't have been there. They should have left him alone. Correct. They should have let the police do their job. Correct. But that doesn't excuse the fact that you saying that they were aggressive, but yet he's the one trying to go get the gun. You can say he shouldn't have had a gun, but that's here nor there. If he didn't have a gun, he would have got beat up more. Say what you want to say. There's no way that Ahmed didn't know that the father was on the phone with the police. He knew he only had minutes to get away. And who was in his way? Travis, holding that shotgun, was in his way. Now at this point, and this is where the critical thinking comes in. Let's say he had got the gun from Travis, and say he had made Travis lay on the ground. Say he took the keys from the truck. He made the father lay on the ground. He took the keys from the truck. He in the white neighborhood carrying a daggone rifle. How far would he have gotten? How far would he have gotten? With the police not even minutes away. How far would he have gotten? See, I'm giving you every angle. You saying I don't know the outcome, I'm giving you every angle from every side from the father's side, from Ahmed's side, from the son's side. I'm giving you every angle from what the possible jurors might think in their head. I'm giving you scenarios of every angle so that we don't be surprised. Even though every day it's a new. And Liz, you are correct, but you shouldn't be there. It's a respect issue. You shouldn't be there. You shouldn't be walking around nobody's house. You shouldn't bother nobody's property. You know, every time I've been out, I've seen one of them scooters. You know them bird scooters? Every time I've been out, I've seen one of them scooters laying on the ground. Most people in the hood ain't gonna use them. But I see the kids riding around on them, using it as a kick scooter. Eventually, they get tired, because, you know, they ain't got no credit card to activate it. Eventually, they get tired, and they just wind up being in the street. And it just sit there in the street until they ride by and pick it up. It just sits there and sits there. But that first couple days, it don't sit there, because somebody else will come by and play with it and then leave it in another spot. And somebody else will come by and play with it and leave it in another spot. And somebody else will come by and play with it. If y'all remember when I got the first bike, there was a young man, and he was riding one of them. And he was so amazed because, you know, I was working. And the only way he could get power was to push with his foot. He played with that thing for like 3 days. And then I saw it in the alley. And then some other kids were playing with it. And then I saw it up on top of the hill. Some other kids were playing with it. We went out again and we saw that same scooter. Back in my day, nobody would have touched it, period. Because it don't belong to you. Whether it's laying there in the street or not, it don't belong to you. That was something you didn't do. You didn't bother somebody else's stuff. You left it alone. No, it looked good. I don't know why I'm saying the output is low. Everything looked good. Let me do a refresh. Now it says, you don't know the outcome. Liz says, okay, let's just wait until the case then go court. Well, we're going to cover it, Liz. And then we'll see what the outcome is. But I think it's fun to examine it. You don't think that it's fun to examine it? And also, hopefully it teaches the youth how to behave, how to carry themselves in that situation, so it don't happen again. Because this is something that could have been prevented. Because as much as you want to tell me that they wanted to kill him, they could have just done it. They could have done it while he was jogging, but they picked him off. They had plenty of opportunities to shoot and kill this young man. And you can say they instigated it, but then you gotta say out the other side of your mouth, you should have just let him kill y'all. Maybe he would have shot you. Maybe he wouldn't have shot you. That's what you gotta tell them to their faces. You gotta tell them that to their faces. And that's the hardest part about this case. You can dig back and find this and find that. You can do all that digging. But the fact of the matter is, if he didn't do what he did and trying to get that gun, he might still be alive. That's something you can't deny. That nobody can deny, that nobody can deny. This is the mount that broke that was on the scooter. See, the other part here that probably screwed in, it broke. See, this broke off. It supposed to fit. And then it supposed to close. See? Supposed to close, but it broke. See, that's a perfect fit. If y'all can see. Perfect fit right there. See? So hopefully they'll be here tomorrow. Liz said, good night, all time. Good night, all time for beauty sleep. Good night, Liz. You have a good one. Like I said, it's nice to have these debates because, you know, I hope that the youth see this someday and maybe they won't have those quick reactions. You know? Seems like their first reaction is to go violent. Even if he would have stopped and they would have said, we saw you trespassing in that house. The police are on the way. Just chill right here. And you go, yeah, I did go in the house. Yeah, and what's your point? I'm out here jogging. I went in the house and it's a nice house. What's your point? I didn't take nothing. Check my pockets. I didn't do anything, but I'll wait for the police. Say the police on the way, we'll wait. I'll sit right down here on the road and I'll wait. You can put down the flap of the pickup. I'll sit right there. And y'all can stand over me. I'll wait patiently. And the police come there. Yeah, these guys saw me go in the house. But they said they saw you in there on the 11th. Well, prove it. I don't know nothing about that, but I was there today. You want to lock me up for that? Okay. You want to give me a ticket? Okay. I swear to you that was him. I'm telling you it wasn't me. But I was in there today. I sure am. I was in there. It's nice too. I'll never be able to afford a house like that, but man, it was nice to just to see how it's being built. It was just nice. And that would have been it. That would have been it. But instead, he chose to try to fight him. If you didn't do nothing wrong, what are you fighting for? If they wanted to shoot you, they would have been shot you. Who are you fighting for? What's all that anger for? It's something else to the story that we not hearing. It's something else to this story. Y'all say that wasn't him. Why did he go after Travis? He started to run away and he decided to double back. Why did he go after the son? What did the son do to him? If that wasn't him on the 11th. What did the son do to him? That's what we need to find out. The driver got another link. All right, here we go, y'all. Another time. Sorry you got missing, Liz. We going on.
To be able to take stunning photos.
subscribe to Plunder.
It's your only source.
Hello. I continue to dig into the case of Ahmed Aubrey, and I find it interesting the things I'm learning about Gregory and Travis McMichael. Gregory McMichael's daughter posted photos on Facebook giving us a little bit of insight into her dad's mind state. This one she titled Dad's Graphic Drawing. And of course, in light of everything that happened, it's a little eerie to see this drawing of a dead person. She also noted how her dad liked to shoot squirrels dead in their residential neighborhood, which on the surface means nothing, but in hindsight, it's pretty creepy. Dad's squirrel hunting extravaganza. Mind you, we live in a residential neighborhood. I actually Googled to see if it was legal to shoot squirrels. You know, sometimes there's overpopulation, they can be a problem. Depends on the county, I guess. And this was the stockpile of guns on their dinner table, and she quipped that it might be a little bit difficult to eat New Year's dinner with so much ammunition, long guns on the table. I wonder if any of these long guns were the ones used to commit the crime of murdering Ahmed. That's what I wonder. Of course, looking back on a person's social media presence after a crime has happened gives you an interesting insight into their psyche. And seeing things like this, a dead squirrel, shot dead by Gregory McMichaels, you know, it kind of feeds into every stereotype a person might have against others, right or wrong, gun-loving, gun-toting, eager hunters ready to gun down animals and people.
Hey y'all, hold on a second. I just ate that stuff and I'm still hungry. We're gonna wait till tomorrow to go to the market, but I'm hungry. I would make the market anyway. But now I can't find the number. Oh well. Hope they're still open. Yes.
Thank you.
Hey, how you doing, buddy? What's going on? Good. I want to get delivery. Alrighty, sorry about that, y'all. I put that order in. I ain't want to get my information doxed. Let's get back to it.
People, of course, not all hunters are like that. It's about as false of a narrative, perhaps, as people who see a black man jogging and automatically assume that he's running because he stole something. So we keep an open mind as I research into all aspects of this crime. And I find it so interesting when Greg McMichael's daughter waxed nostalgic and picturesque and idyllic about her view while she was running. She loves running, and she's an avid jogger, and she posted gorgeous photos. I just love the view when I run on the bridge. And I thought, my God, that is a gorgeous view. Running on the bridge, I'm assuming a bridge in Satilla Shore, since there's a lot of water surrounding that area. And just how running was her therapy. And of course, I can't help but see the irony in that. The irony in being allowed to run safely around her own neighborhood and it being therapeutic for her. I think I will do just that. My sanity, she says, keep calm and run on. Now, of course, these were posted years ago, but I can't help but think of Ahmed Aubrey wanting to go for a run around his neighborhood and not being allowed the same luxury. Of course, we don't have all the details of this case, but in seeing this man who loves shooting squirrels around the neighborhood, seemed like only a matter of time before something like this happened. A black man running around his neighborhood would be gunned down. Gregory McMichael was likely on high alert after being the quote-unquote victim of a robbery January 1st when another one of his guns was stolen out of his truck, we don't know by whom. We can take a look at the footage of when the McMichaels were arrested. A pleasant sight for some to see. And then we're going to take a peek into their recent court appearance. It was just their first court appearance, and where the judge read them their rights. And we'll also take a look at a lot of the comments. I like to read the comments to get sort of the pulse of the nation, if you were, especially when it's concerning heated trials like this that involve race and murder and guns and so many hot button topics. We can take a look at the things people are saying. First, we're going to look at Travis McMichael appearing first. Seems like the video starts at the point where he's already being read his rights or read the charges. The judge at one point forgets one of the charges, and it's the bailiff who has to kind of remind the judge. So you can imagine there's a lot of interesting comments regarding that judge. We'll kind of talk about those in the middle when Travis exits, and then his dad, Gregory McMichael, appears in order to hear his charges read and his Miranda rights read. It shows that some people have a really good grasp of the law, and some people making comments have no idea what they're watching and, thinking it's their trial already. So we'll take a look at that. Hopefully you can hear it. The audio is pretty low, and then we'll talk some more.
Work doesn't stop coming in when managers aren't at their desk. But with Paycom's new Manager on the Go on their smartphone, they can make the most of that time by taking care of essential tasks involving their employees anywhere, anytime, including editing and approving time cards, approving time off requests, viewing their schedules, and more. Manager on the Go is easy to use and accessible 24/7. Users can toggle seamlessly between Manager on the Go and employee self-service with no additional login. Manager on the Go comes built in as part of Paycom's mobile app. See how much further your business can go with Manager on the Go. Contact Paycom today.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I got caught. I wasn't paying attention.
Michael, charged with the charge of aggravated assault, and your bond in that case will be set, if at all, by a Superior Court judge. Thank you. Colors. We got one more charge. We got one more charge. You're right. The other charge is aggravated assault, and the bond in that case will be set by a Superior Court judge. And you also charged with felony murder, Mr. McMichael, and the bond in that case, the thing will be set by a Superior Court judge. Next.
So you can imagine the comments that were being made as people watched that video. Now, they had no bond set on charges of aggravated assault and felony murder for Travis and Gregory. But people are writing shoot them like they shot Ahmed, an eye for an eye. They need a new judge and a black jailer. Good for their asses. Oh my goodness, they're gonna get beat to sleep in that county jail. Black Lives Matter. It's some of the comments I wouldn't even put on here. They get so horrendous. They become so horrendous. He seems to be uncomfortable, but you are still alive, jackass. I hope you get what's coming to y'all sooner than later. Karma.
Hey y'all, I gotta say something. Anybody still here? What's going on, the enforcer? I gotta say something, y'all. Y'all tell me that y'all didn't think of Barney Fife from Mayberry, from the Andy Griffith Show, when y'all heard that judge read. Tell me y'all didn't think of Barney Fife. This is the kind of good old boy network. That man should have retired years ago, and y'all know it. That man is senile as I don't know. Why the heck is he still sitting there? You know, I guess he part of the good old boy network. That man need to be home with the Jared Hall and Viagra. Not sitting in there deciding people's fate. That man older than dirt. I think that man was still alive when they had the Spanish flu. That's the truth, y'all. Yeah, did nobody else think that was Barney Fife? I thought of Barney Fife. What's his name? Don Knotts. That's that was my first thought. And y'all wonder why they almost got away with this. They got the charges wrong. They only had 2 charges.
Is real. Don't drop the soap. You know, despite the crime, it's really horrific what some people write in response. God will have the last say so. He does all the judging. So I pulled out some of the better comments, I guess. Lord, what the hell is wrong with this judge? And vengeance is mine, saith the Lord. So you can imagine people are going ham and crazy over the fact that this judge, he couldn't apparently even read the charges. He initially only said aggravated assault and didn't even read the felony murder. Anyway, someone's writing they're gonna get off. He didn't give a bond. He stated the bond will be set by the Superior Court judge. Interesting, the grand jury wouldn't convene until June, but they get a preliminary hearing in less than 24 hours. And then someone wrote, they'll be home before dinner. These guys need to be held to the highest sentence possible. From what I've seen, these men ambushed this young gentleman, and it makes me sick, another person wrote. You know, it's it's interesting to me when people just write their true feelings without getting crazy harsh. You know, I know what they did to Ahmed was harsh, but I don't think that calls for craziness in return in terms of vigilante justice. It's not right. If they get out, someone will pop them. That's what they said about Zimmerman, but he's still bitching. What about the other guy that was involved? So that was interesting. Let's listen.
You have to reach your rights. You have a right to be represented by a lawyer. If you cannot afford one to press you, no call. You have a right to go to your lawyer. The president tell me your question. You have a right to remain silent. Any statement made by you can be used as evidence in any hearing, any trial. You have a right to speak at trial and be trial by jury. You have a right to confront witnesses, to call witnesses on your own behalf and no cause. You're presumed innocent.
Most people and most businesses can shoot a video like this.
Look, man. Every time I turn my head and start doing something, that's when the video comes.
You're charged with party to the crime of felony murder. You're bond in that case to be said to be all by the Superior Court judge. You're also being charged with being a party to aggravated assault. Your bond in that case, the penalty will be set by a Superior Court judge.
So there we go. That's the concept on.
If that man is a KKK member and racist, like they say he is, it must be killing him that he being led around by a black woman. Go on, somebody doctor. It must be killing him. He doesn't know where he going. Then again, he was a cop. He should know. It's got to kill him that he used to put people in that position, and now he's in that position. And instead of him being there with the badge, there's a black woman with a badge leading him around like a puppy. Karma is a BITC. Tell the truth, y'all. Karma is a BITC. All right, let's get back to the driver's video.
We will see what happens with the Superior Court judge. And I can't find their next court date. But once I do, I will definitely update everyone. But people are still going off on this appearance and what happened. You know, someone started saying a right to a speedy trial, really, without knowing the language of the law. And we know not everyone incarcerated has had that particular human right enacted. But it sounds like people don't know the law. But they're saying stuff like, take them out back and shoot them too. The judge looks upset because the video went viral. I don't know if that's true. If they walk, they are done for. No bond, another person screamed. They already know they will not last. Someone said, pay attention to the charges. They've charged them with murder and aggravated assault because they're planning on not convicting them for murder and just charge them with aggravated assault. I think they mean just convict them. We'll see. Those prisoners will handle it. They need to sit in jail the rest of their lives, look like they have no remorse for what they did, euthanize those animals. What kind of people do this type of thing, and what kind of father? Come on, son, let's go kill an innocent man. I'll show you how to go straight to jail. I thought that was interesting. Death penalty, we'll talk about that more. They need to quit being easy on murderers. This judge can't even read the paperwork. Wow. The judge knew he had more. He hated to say it. Murderer. The judge needs to retire. People are calling him clueless. Send their asses straight to the death chamber, an eye for an eye. Murderers, innocent boys, Southern jail. They won't last. There's a 99% chance that judges are racist. We don't know that. He said felony murder for those of you who aren't.
Somebody said one of the good old boys.
Need to retire. You can see how it's going to be played out if they get off. If they're in Georgia, it's a white state, goes by their rules. More charges should be brought against them. I'm upset. I think they need a new judge. This one is broken. They wrote. When do they go to Superior Court? Good question. Judge, read the charges. He isn't supposed to sound biased. $10 trillion bond, electric chair. That female deputy doesn't even want to be involved. And let's see, they also wrote, if they don't get convicted, I promise there are going to be a lot of dead white people. Not by me, of course, but it's going to be hell. Now, I hate reading comments like that. You know, I don't like race wars predicted or violence for violence. I think this judge was the same one not too long ago that went on a racist tirade. We don't know. Are we here to see justice or name calling? The judge is not the bad guy. He's just reading off the charges. Wonder what kind of protective custody they're being held in. I know they're not in general population with the rest of the inmates in the high security part of the jail with other people who have murder charges. Probably not. Now they can seek capital murder due to the aggravated assault charge. Well, someone wrote under the felony murder rule, however, a defendant can be convicted of murder even if the defendant did not act with intent or reckless indifference. The prosecution must show only that the defendant participated in a felony where fatalities occurred. Great, they thought they were getting away with it, now waiting for a conviction. That's the next hurdle to cross. They better not get away with it. That should be premeditated murder. They planned it and hunted him down and waited for him. I pray they never sleep another day of their lives and see hornets crawling under their skin and fire burning their flesh. That was quite a bit. This should be a hate crime. What do you do to others? What you do to others will come back to you. The prosecution best bet would be a change of venue. No way they would get a guilty verdict in that country. Maybe they mean county. They're still stuck in the 50s. Not but one person has a mask on, huh? Why the charge isn't capital murder, using a firearm in the commission of a crime, and assault with a deadly weapon. So much hate going on, and the devil smiles. Why would anyone want to kill white people? Because these two white racist thugs committed murder. I pray to God will intervene and justice will be served. Put them both with the coronavirus inmates. Send them both to Carol Baskin. That made me laugh. Stop attacking the judge. He just can't see. He didn't kill Ahmed. Don't be so disrespectful. Man is old. He probably should retire. What about the guy that was filming him and following him? Lord Jesus, help us all in this situation. It would be nice if someone would read over the paperwork before they enter. What's the judge's name? And someone wrote, you people are messed up. The law follows facts, not emotions. You're entitled to your emotions, but they mean nothing in a court of law. And by the way, good job with the racism. You'll never let us be one nation. You'll keep us separated like you were trained to. Where's your outrage for OJ? Shaking my head. This is just a first appearance where they are formally charged. Nothing exciting. So those were good and crazy interesting comments. Next video, I might talk about Marcus Aubrey. That's Ahmaud Arbery's dad. He appeared on CNN last night. And he did call Ahmaud's death a lynching. But I noted he does not want the death penalty for Gregory and Travis McMichaels. So, you know, there is some rational sense. Some people want to see them punished, serve out their term in prison for the rest of their lives. But, you know, as far as Ahmaud's dad, he doesn't want to see them put to death. So a lot of people might be able to agree with that. You know, as for all the crazy torturous comments, I didn't even publish the craziest ones that I've read. Speaking about all the horrible ways that people want to see Travis and Gregory die, it's just, ugh. It wasn't up to them to take Ahmaud's life. And it's not up to us to practice vigilante justice by hoping, you know, they die in a more horrible way. I think the best thing that can come out of this, with Ahmaud's death not being in vain, is for people to be able to change their perceptions. And if they see a black man running down the street, not assume that he's stolen something, not assume that they have the right to take his life. And I'm not one of the ones who's saying take everyone's guns. I do believe in guns can be for protection. It's not like anyone was breaking into the McMichaels' home and threatening their lives. Now, in that instance, I believe if anyone breaks into anyone's home and they're having their lives threatened, they do have the right to defend themselves.
All right, you put me to
But in
sleep.
this
All right,
case,
all right, all right.
Gregory and
All right, all right. They look mighty sad. I gotta say that they look mighty sad. They look mighty sad. I don't mean to laugh, but think about how many people that he has sent to the pokey. You think he ever thought that he would be sent to the pokey? Y'all have to pardon me, but I do find that hilarious. Y'all might not, but I find that hilarious. Tell the truth, Daya. Do you think that he ever thought that he would be as many people as he probably brought to that same jail? Do you ever thought that he and his son would be there at the exact same time? And to sit there, and it's a black woman that's leading him around like a blind man. He don't know where to go. Man, you was a cop. You should know that jail from the back of your hand. But I bet you he never went that far in. I bet you he never went that far in. I bet you he didn't even know where the cell blocks was. He just dropped them off and say, here you go, COs. This man did such and such. Here's the paperwork. I'm going to get another one. Now he get to see all the men and women that he brought there to arrest. Probably never even cared what happened to him. I bet you he cared now. I guarantee you, when he would hear people complain about the bad conditions in the jail, he would say that's what they deserve. They don't deserve. They should have roaches and crickets and stuff in there. They should not be able to sleep with the lice. They should be given rotten food. They ain't worth that. Just give them enough food to keep them alive. Don't give them no juice or no soda. Give them water. Give them dirty, rusty water. Not enough to kill them. But don't make it comfortable so they won't come back. Well, guess what, sir? You're now in the prison. You're now sitting in the dirty jail. You're gonna have to eat. You ain't gonna get none of that down home cornbread. You ain't gonna get none of that roast. You ain't gonna get none of that squirrel you like to shoot. You're not gonna get no sweet green beans and sweet corn. You ain't gonna get no mashed potatoes. You're gonna get that imitation potato. You're gonna get that fake food. You're gonna get that rubber meat. You can bounce it off the jail wall. You can play ball with it. Just ball it up and y'all can play catch with it. That's what you got to look forward to. Because you wanted to be Superman. You wanted to be super cop. Even though you never finished your training. And you had years to go back and finish that training. And you never did it. You still had your badge. You would have still had your police car. And you could have went down there with the sirens blaring. And I bet you Ahmed would have stopped in. You could have still been in uniform. But you didn't take care of your business. So now you got to pay the piper. You got to pay the piper, sir. The only thing in your favor is that even though you sitting there with the criminals, you still are a member of the Boys in Blue. You still are in the right clique. And they're going to take care of you. Even the black CEOs is going to take care of you. Your son, I don't know. Was the son ever a cop? They're going to take care of him because he was a cop. They're going to take care of him. I don't know. They're going to take care of the son. Son might be on his own. The son might be on his own, like it should have been. Once again, you're no longer a citizen. Don't have a name. Now you got a number. It's not the same. But you played that vigilante game. You in trouble. And there ain't no rescue unless your boys from the blue. Cause if the good old boy gang network don't start coming through, y'all are done. Might be looking at death row before you turn 81. You might not live to see it. The father might get lucky and die. Then the son won't even get a chance to cry. It's his turn to fry. I said it's his turn to fry. Say your voice is a beautiful voice, big dog. Laugh out loud. No, I'm serious. You know, they say karma is a BIT. Think of all the people that he locked up and just left him there and didn't care what happened to him. Now he get to experience it. Think of all the squirrels that he shot for no reason. Innocent animals. Think about it. Now he getting his karma. Karma's the BIT. I still stand behind what I said. I don't believe that they were going to shoot him for a lynching, like people are saying, but we'll see what happened in the trial. Because they had plenty of chances to shoot him. And somebody said they got cameras everywhere. Well, there was somebody filming when the shooting did happen. That didn't stop McMichael from shooting. They supposed to be good old KKK boys. They don't teach you how to fight. I know the irons. That'd have been an iron. Shit. Yeah. Ahmed would have got butt whooped. He'd have thrown that gun and said, we can go fisticuffs. And he put the boots on. Put them steel-toed boots where the sun don't shine. Let's keep it real. That was a neo-Nazi. Or some of them boys from the Oregon and Pacific Northwest. They'd have thrown that gun in the bushes. We don't need no gun. Come on, boy. You think you can take me? But not this wuss. Somebody tell him, yeah, I got a gun in my waistband. Dad, there's somebody in the house. He said he got a gun in his waistband. Come on, let's go get him. I don't mean to make fun of this, y'all. I just oh, shucks. Like I said, the only thing in their favor is that he went for the gun. That's the one thing that's in their favor. If he'd have stood there and they'd have shot him, if he'd have ran off and they'd have shot him, if he'd have ran around the truck and they shot him, this would be open and cut. The minute that video came out, there wouldn't even been need for a trial. It'd be open and shut case. They lynched that boy. It would be open and shut case. But unfortunately, that's not what happened. That's not what happened. You know, what happened was you had a man that had a chance to run and he didn't take it. Let me take that back. He did take it because he did start to run. He started to run toward one of the houses. Then he doubled back and he went after Travis. Why did he go after Travis? Why did he go after Travis? He started to run and then he stopped and doubled back. That is, I believe, when he ended his life. Travis McMichael did not end Ahmad's life. Ahmad ended his own life. When he ran after McMichael, he ended his own life. And for those of y'all that's gonna get mad at me, I want you to listen why, because I keep saying it. If he had got the gun from Travis and he shot Travis and George, he'd be the one standing in front of Barney Fife. And he would be getting charged with the death penalty. And then he would sit on death row. And then he would be killed by the state. If he didn't win, which he didn't, he was going to die on the spot. The minute that he went for that gun, he was sentenced to death. Except one death take 15 to 20 years, the other death was immediate. He went for the immediate. That's what he wound up with. If he would have got the gun, if he would have got the gun from Travis, and he would have shot Travis and the father, they'd have put him on death row. And I tell you right now, because wait a minute, I don't know if I put Google Voice in his phone or not. Wait a minute. Let's see if we can do it through the computer. I don't think I put it on the phone. But hold on a second, y'all. There's the phone number. Anybody want to call in? You said he ran. Somebody drop a link for the video. How was he running when he ran right up to the truck? He ran right up to the truck. So how was he running? Why he didn't cut through one of the yards? Hello? Hello? Okay, I'm coming right up. All right. I thought there was somebody calling it. I was like, how's it ringing on that phone? Let me play something for y'all. Hold on, y'all. Let me play something for y'all. Give y'all a little revolution. I'll be right back, y'all. I'm gonna get my food. Give me the max. Hurry up. Let the man leave with your food. right, y'all, I'm back. All right, y'all. That was Revolution. I left for y'all. Whew. We need a revolution. What's the solution? I'm out of breath. So I'm out of breath and I'm still full of energy. I don't know how I do it. Whew. Alrighty. Like y'all was saying. Like we were talking about. Does anybody disagree with what I just said? Ahmed chose his death. For those of y'all that say that they wanted to lynch him, they could have shot him from the get-go. They could have shot him as he came up to the truck. They could have shot him when he ran away from the truck. They could have shot him when they ran back. First shot didn't ring out until he cleared the front of the pickup. He cleared the front of the pickup, the first shot went out. And this is where it gets problematic. The driver says he disagreed. I said that Ahmed decided his own fate. The McMichaels didn't decide his fate. Ahmed Aubrey decided his fate. And when he did what he did, he only left himself two options. Death by the McMichaels or death by the state of Georgia. Before y'all say something, let me say what I said before I left outside. Hold on, I'm out of breath. Let me say what I said. If he had got the gun from George McMichael and he would have shot both of the McMichaels and tried to run off, because of the video, he would have been caught so fast, he would have been sitting on death row. Not to mention, you still got the guy that's recording the video. Did he have a gun? We don't know. But he might have got involved and went and shot or run him over. That's thing number one. Thing number two. If he didn't get the gun, he was going to get shot and get killed anyway. So the minute that he went for the gun, he decided his own fate. You say I'm biased. I'm telling you the truth. If he did not try to get the gun, I would be all for everything. But the McMichaels don't show me that they intended to kill this man. They don't show me that they intended to kill him. And this is what you're not proving either. You keep saying that they were going to lynch him. Well, they passed him. He was in the truck. They could have shot him then. They waited for him. While he was running up, they could have shot him. When he darted away, they could have shot him. When he darted back, they could have shot him. When he came around the truck, it wasn't until he was up on him that the first shot went out. Now you saying it's not the truth. I'm telling you what I see and I'm asking you your opinion. But take your emotions out of it. When he decided to go for Travis's gun, in my opinion, he started the ball rolling. If they were going to shoot him, they would have shot him by then. The father didn't even have his gun out. He was on the phone. He amped it up. Now you're going to say, well, the McMichael shouldn't have been there. True that. And there was a crime going down. And he decided, well, I can keep going, or I can get out here and get involved. Well, he get out there and get involved, and somebody step out one of them abandoned buildings and shoot him. The people that shot him gonna say, well, you know, he should have kept going. Anybody call him? What'd he stop for? He came and got involved in something that had nothing to do with him. And I had to defend my people. I didn't know he was a cop. All I know is I come out the house and I see him putting his hands on my people, so I shot him. You can't lock me up for that. I didn't know he was a cop. It's dark out here. All I know is I saw something going on. Didn't nobody call no police. What was he here for? You're trying to say that the men had no reason to be there. What was the reason for Ahmed to run down Travis and get the gun up, try and get the gun from him? What was his reason? If he didn't do nothing wrong, what was his reason? That's what I'm asking. He got a right to be annoyed. He has every right to be annoyed that these white men are in his way. Yes, he has a right to be annoyed that these white men are in his way. But does that justify him going for the gun when they haven't raised the gun to him? When they haven't shot at him? They haven't said they were going to shoot him? Somebody answer the question. Make me look stupid. Travis was standing outside the truck, feet on the ground. You saw that. And you kept running anyway. You ran right up to him, looked at him, and then ran around the truck and went to the right into the grass, and then you double back. What made him double back? If they wanted to kill him, they could have shot him while he was running to the truck. They could have shot him when they rolled past him. If that's what they wanted to do. The old man didn't even have his gun out. He was on the phone. Now, you said he could have reacted to something they potentially said. You can't know that. But his reaction contributed to his death, Naya. If he didn't try to get the gun from Travis and they had shot him anyway, they wouldn't have a leg to stand on. But because he tried to get the gun from Travis, they got ground to stand on. Because you could say that Aubrey was standing his ground, but then what about the McMichaels? They were supposed to just stand there and let him take the gun and shoot him? You said if they wanted to kill him, yeah, because you keep saying it was a lynching. A lynching, they just shoot you or they hang you. They didn't grab him. They didn't yank him up and put a rope around his neck. They didn't pick him off. He came and tried to get the gun. Why do you keep trying to excuse that? Why do you keep trying to excuse that? And he got shot the first time and still kept trying to get the gun. He got shot the second time and started beating the man. He got shot the third time. And you can see when he was going down, he still wanted to fight. Who's the aggressor? But you see Travis backing away the whole time. He's backing away. He don't stand his ground not one time. He don't swing back not one time. I just told you the 3 times. I just explained exactly what you just said. First time he got shot is when he came and reached for the gun. He took it and still got his hands on the gun. He got shot the second time and still kept trying to get the gun. Start punching the man. He got shot the third time and he's still trying to fight. And his body said, bro, that's it. Nah, we ain't here no more. And he hit the ground. What snapped in that young man that even after getting shot 3 times, he still wanted? You said they initiated the contact. If he wasn't doing nothing wrong, why did he have to fight, Naya? You said they escalated it. How they escalated? He came at them. He could have ran off. The man was on the phone. The other son was still on the other side of the truck. He could have ran. He started to run. Did he change his mind? And that's what led to his death. I'm asking your opinion. I'm asking you for your insight. I'm asking for opinion and insight. I don't know Aubrey and I don't know the McMichaels. But I do know that if I happen to be on a Georgia street and somebody come up in a pickup and they got guns, but they ain't aiming them at me, I'm gonna make a run for it. Now, if they catch me, oh well, I made a run for it. But to try and get their guns and shoot them is only gonna have me on death row. And if they kill me, I'm dead anyway. So I'm going to try and get away. If I can't get away, then no way you got me. But if I do something to you, they're going to throw the book at me. Hard. Good old boys. Going to rough me up in the jail. Probably every day to the trial. But I'll be alive. Now, if they were going to string me up, they would have been shot me by then. Naya, he didn't go to fight. He reached for the gun. At that point, it's on. Either I'm going to shoot you or you're going to get the gun and you're going to shoot me and my daddy. That's the odds. There ain't no in between. What do you think? He was gonna get the gun out of his hand and say, all right, I got the gun now. All right, y'all, I'm gonna keep walking down the road and y'all better follow me. No, he's going to shoot them so they can't follow him. Probably gonna take a shot at Roddy too. You think he just was going to get the gun and just walk away? All right, I got the gun now. Now what's going on here? I got the gun now. Now y'all tell me what you want. Nah. If you that worked up that you can take 3 gunshots, your adrenaline pumping. Anytime. I remember the Faces of Death. You ever heard of that series? Movies they made called The Faces of Death? In one of the first scenes, they show a shotgun shooting a watermelon to bits from 300 yards away. When they say a shotgun will blow a hole in you, now he was lucky that they had cheap shotguns. Them shotguns they had were cheap. They wasn't them double barrels, they were cheap. Cheap single barrels. He took the first one, he took the second one. The third one did him in. But now you trying to blame Travis with Michael for defending himself. You're saying that he should have let Ahmed get the gun from him. Man, Michael was not in the best shape, and Ahmed is a runner. Who you think gonna have more energy in a fight? Only his size. If he was the same size or smaller than Aubrey, Aubrey will be sitting on death row. The only difference between the two was the weight advantage and the fact that he knew not to aim the gun at himself. When they were wrestling over it, how come Aubrey didn't know to aim the gun away from yourself? While he wrestling with the man, he supposed to make sure his body not in front of the gun. But he wasn't thinking. You keep saying they should have never approached him. I'm saying, okay, I got you on that. But when he made contact with him, none of them made a move to go get him. He made the move to charge at them. They were stationary. He made the move. And you want to keep glossing over that. They got ahead of him and wait for him to come up the road. And they were yelling, check. And Ahmed said, nah, you ain't checking me. I'm checkmating you. I'm getting that gun. And that's the difference in the whole thing. You take that out of it, he's still alive. And if they were going to kill him, which they could have been done it, it'd have been on film. What words could somebody say to you to make you want to charge somebody that got a gun? And you know that the guy in the truck is a former cop, so you know he got a gun. So what make you think that they're in two different positions, that you fast enough that you can get the gun from him, shoot him, and then shoot the old man for the old man get his gun? What kind of rational thinking is that? What kind of rational thinking is that? I'm younger. I'm gonna take these two old farts out. You saying I'm putting words in the head. I'm not putting words anyway. I'm just giving scenarios. And I'm asking you for y'all opinion. And you want to stick with the, they shouldn't have been there. Granted, they shouldn't have been there. But they were there. Now, what do you do now they're there? But Naya, they initiated it. But who escalated it? I'll give you an example. If you the nerd and you see the bullies in the hallway and you see them there and they looking at you, and instead of you turning around and going the other way, you walk up to them and they say, give me your lunch money. And you say, I ain't giving you nothing. I'm tired of giving you my lunch money. I want to eat for once. And they say, well, we're going to take it. And you ball up with all your little nerd mic and you punch the biggest one. And he don't even flinch. If they beat the crap out you and shove you in a locker, how can you say self-defense? How can you say they should be suspended? You know good and well you couldn't beat them buddies. That's why you've been giving them your lunch money all this time. What made the day different? Did you study karate? Did you study MMA? Were you lifting weights? No, you wasn't. What made you think you could take them bullies? How you gonna go cry? Oh, you should suspend them because they beat me up and threw me in the locker. Didn't you strike them first? Yeah. Well, there you go. You made the first move. They didn't touch you. You touched them. So now you lost your right. They should be able to beat the crap out you because you started it. You initiated it. You initiated the violence. You escalated it. Now, if they had said, we taking your money and you said no, and they beat you up and took your money, then we could do something. We could lock them up. But that didn't happen. Instead, you swung on them. So now, what they might have said in the beginning don't matter. Because you made it violent. You made it a fight. And now you asking us to help you when you started it. If you couldn't fight, you shouldn't have swung. This boy thought that he was going to get that gun and shoot both of them and go about the business, and it didn't happen that way. It was a dumb move. It was done out of emotion, or out of rage, or out of adrenaline. But it wasn't done logically, because there was no way he was going to win. You say make up made up scenarios, stick with what we know as facts. Okay, then answer the question then, Nine. If he had got the gun from Travis and he shot both of them, where would he be at right now? Because it's on film, so he ain't getting away. Unless he gonna jump in the water and swim to Mexico. You said another made up scenario. I'm telling you things that what we saw. What did we see? We saw him running down the street. We saw the two men down there waiting for him. We didn't see him avoid them. He ran right up to the truck. Then he ran around and started to go upwards toward the houses. Then he turned back. And when you see him again, he's around in the front of the truck and he's attacking Travis and Michael, who's backing up. He's trying to get the gun. Travis is trying to keep him from getting the gun. We don't even know if that coward was even pulling the trigger or was Ahmed forcing his hand. You don't even know that. But the video ain't that good. But we do know that because he tried to get the gun, he's dead. That's what happened. Now you can try to dress it up. You can try to make an excuse. Fact of the matter is, he went from being the victim to the aggressor. Now, if they were shooting at him before he got to the truck, it's a whole different story. If they shot at him when he tried to run away, it's a whole different story. They're guilty. But by him doubling back and going after the gun, that, if all he did was go in the house and didn't do nothing, why is he so violent? Why couldn't he say, what do y'all want? What do you want? I'm gonna be honest with you. I wouldn't even ran up to the truck. I would have got about maybe like 30 feet and said, what do you want? Well, boy, you was in that house up there. Yeah, I did go in there. I didn't take nothing. My pockets is empty. You want to check me? What's your problem? Well, boy, somebody broke it down in 11. It wasn't me. I went in there a few minutes ago. That was my first time. You got mixed up with somebody else. Well, you still went in there. Yes, I did. Did you call? You still on the phone with the police? Tell the police I'm right here waiting. And I'd have sat down on the ground. But it went and sat right on the edge, right before the grass, and sat down and said, well, wait for the police to come. Now, if they had said, well, you know what, boy, we're going to kill you, then I would have waited for an opportunity to try something. Now I know I'm going to die. I need to figure out something to do or find a way to stay alive till the police do get there. But to sit there and try to take their guns, that's a sentence of death. You say it's easy to say what you would do sitting behind a computer screen. Truth of the matter, yes, I do know. Because I know what lose-lose mean. If I try and go for the gun and I kill him, I lose. If I try and get the gun and get shot anyway, I lose. So where's the win at? Where's their win? Where was he gonna win at? He lose either way. He die on the sidewalk or he die in the chamber. Electric chair, whatever they got in Georgia. Gas chamber, the chair, whatever. He gonna die in one or the other. When he went to do what he did, he sentenced himself. Because I guarantee you, they not gonna say, well, you were just defending yourself. You were standing your ground. After you got the control of the gun, why did you have to shoot him? Because the other one still had a gun and I had to shoot him. They're going to say, put the cuffs on him. And then he shot a father and son. He shot a former cop, police investigator. They're going to beat him up after the first court hearing because it's going to be a while for the next one. And he been in hell by then. They're going to beat him bad. Then he going to go to court and they're going to give him death row. And he be lucky to get his food because he killed a former cop and the CEOs, they ain't going to want to feed him. So you tell me, where does he win? Now it said, we know he deceased at their hands. But did he force them? Because you keep saying that Travis should let him got the gun. That's the point you won't deal with. Tell me why Travis McMichael should have let him got the gun. Maybe Ahmed would have killed him. Maybe Ahmed wouldn't. Maybe he would have shot the father. Maybe he wouldn't. But you're asking him to make that decision now. whether you agree that they should be there or not, now Ahmed has tied their hands. We either let this man get the gun and pray he don't kill us, or we do what we can so he don't kill us. How do you? That's something you're saying, that because he went there, you're saying that because the men were there, that they automatically guilty. When according to the Georgia state law, can I turn the volume down? Thank you. Matter of fact, back out for a second and back out again. It always say we ain't never got no thumbs up. How we got 7 thumbs down? God darn it. Talk about some emotional people. No, I'm hitting that button. Press button. You say it's easy to do what to do sitting behind a computer screen. Truth of the matter is, you have no clue how you will react. Well, Naya, you're wrong. Because as somebody who grew up with people that had light ties to the Panther Party, somebody who was forced to watch Mandinka, that was forced to watch Roots, I'm one of the few people when I was growing up that knew to be respectful around white folk. My peers wanted to sit the back of the bus. They made fun of me because I wouldn't. They didn't know that history. I did. Whenever I was with a group of people and some white folk came around, I did the talking. Because I ain't want them to say something stupid and get us lynched. I do understand. I worked many jobs where I had to be in all white neighborhoods. And I had to make sure that I don't reach in my pockets. I don't make no sudden moves. I don't run for no reason. Because I know somebody's watching. And maybe it wasn't, but guess what? From having to watch Roots and documentaries on the Black Panthers, I knew there was a way you carry yourself. When you leave the hood, there's a way you carry yourself. Most of these young people today, they don't know that. They listen to the media and this rap music and they think that they're equal. You are not equal. Even if you got money, you're not equal. You just got a better resource to help you, but you ain't equal. Until we get our own, we're not going to be equal. We waiting on the good old boys to judge the good old boy. Now they got a token black prosecutor. You know how much weight is on her shoulders right now? You couldn't pay me to be her. Well, actually, you could. I ain't got nothing to lose. Cause they do something to her, she come up missing. Ain't nobody gonna say nothing. Black folk don't say nothing. This is why you say all that stuff you do in the hood, when you leave it there. I don't even like being in line behind a white person, especially a female. But you know, he was trying to talk to me, or I think he's gonna try and rape me. All of a sudden, you got people coming at you out everywhere. And you a black person against all these white people, who they gonna believe? So I make sure I watch my P's and Q's. And I like what you said. A person don't know what they're doing. The one thing I'm not gonna do is revert. I'm not gonna revert. To that evil side until I know what's going on. Now, if I tried everything that I can do, then it's time to let Bro Darryl go to work. But I'm gonna try to handle the situation. You think I had people come at me with guns and knives and I talk them down from using this? What seems to be the problem? What's going on? Did I do something wrong? How did I offend you? What did I do? That's the first thing you do. Not ball your fists up. Not make sudden motions. Police tell you to put your hands up. Hold on, officer, I got a phone right here. These are my keys, don't shoot. Here you go, throw them on the ground. Hands up. Y'all sitting there, yeah, he got the daggone gun on me, and they see something flash and bam, they shot you. Stupid things get people killed. You got to know your surroundings. You got to know who you dealing with. If I wanted to kill somebody and they was running at me, I would just shoot them. If that's what my intent was, to shoot him, I would shoot him. He'd run right at me. How could I miss him? I'm not gonna let him come around and run around the truck and do all that. And I'm sitting there on the phone, yeah. It was my intent to kill him, I'm going to kill him. Now, like I said, if he had ran off through the grass and they shot him, throw the book at him. But the fact that he ran back at them and tried to take the weapon out of Travis's hands, now he changed the guilt from them. Now Travis is fighting for his life. They don't have the advantage. If he gets that gun, he has the advantage. Because the old man's still fiddling with his. Travis's desire to live was stronger than Ahmed's desire, because Ahmed let him shoot him 3 times. He had his hands on the gun. He allowed that man to shoot him. He got so enraged that he wasn't even paying attention to his body position. You want to make excuses, make the excuses, but don't get upset when I chop him down. Stop thinking through your emotions, and you are. Well, they shouldn't have been there, but they were there. Let's get past that. They shouldn't have been there. The same way he shouldn't have been in the house. He don't deserve to be dead for being in that house. They don't deserve to be on the road in their neighborhood. The law says they can attempt a citizen arrest. The attempt failed when he ran to the right. That would have been it. Now, if they would have shot him while he ran up the hill, throw a book at him. It's no question. But their crime was trying to make a citizen, unless something else comes up that they got some prior history, that he messing around with the girls in the neighborhood, and that would help out Ahmed. If you could prove that they were going to kill him no matter what he did, that would help out Ahmed's case. But if you look at what happened, you can say that they were there, and they shouldn't have been. But they were there on a block in their neighborhood. He was in the house where he don't live and had no business being there. That's a wash. Now, should they have brought guns? How are you going to detain somebody who you think in your mind threatened that they had a gun? If they might have a gun on them and you don't, what's going to happen to you? You're going to get shot. So how can you say they shouldn't have bought a gun? See, I'm breaking down everything. And I'm not using emotion. I'm using pure common sense and logic. There ain't no I feel. There ain't no I think. If you do this, it leads to that. If you do that, it leads to this. If somebody got a gun on you and they trying to hold you for the police and you try and take the gun, you ain't the victim no more. Now you the aggressor. You are the violent person. You bring in the violence. And if this man responds like that, maybe he did need to go to jail. You keep hearing stories about how sweet he is. Then you find out that he was carrying a gun. You find out how nice, he was just a nice guy. They find out that he was shoplifting. His father worked. What the hell was he shoplifting for? He actually had a mother and a father. What the hell was he shoplifting for? Why was he breaking probation? See, when you start asking questions, if you don't have a license for a gun, why are you carrying one? You have to have a license in Georgia? Yeah, because he got locked up. I ask the tough questions nobody want to ask. That's what being a journalist is. You ask the questions that nobody want to ask. Some men had just as much right to be there because they live there. But you say that Ahmed had a right to be in that house. He don't live there. Don't even live in the neighborhood. Why is he in that house? He not in that house, nothing happened. He don't go in that house, them men are not there. Facts. You keep trying to make excuses. Every question leads to another question until you get to an answer. Poor Ahmed, he made a bad decision. He went in that house, number one. Number two, he got caught. And instead of manning up for a simple ticket, he decided to go for broke. Why the hell would you be trying to take somebody's gun when all you did was trespass? Why would you escalate it? See, why would he escalate the situation? Now you got a coward that just happened to have a gun in his hand, and you trying to take the gun from the coward. The coward did the best he could to keep you from getting his gun. That's not me defending them. I'm telling you the truth. He got his hand on the gun. Now he don't have control. If you out there hunting water buffalo and you shooting them and all of a sudden one of them grab the gun, yeah, you in a fight for your life. Because if that water buffalo get that gun, he don't know how to shoot it. But man, he gonna put something on you. You might survive it, you might not. And if the other ones come in, oh man, you done. If a cop had a gun on you and you tried to take his gun and he shot you so you don't get the gun, he wouldn't say nothing. But because it's an average citizen, that's a different color. Now you saying that they set him up. They didn't make him charge at Travis. Travis was trying to back up. This is what I'm saying. And if they got a good attorney, that's what they're going to hammer home. And that's why I'm saying, if they get a conviction, great. But if they don't go out there and riot, tear your own neighborhood up for the dumb decisions of a young man, is what I'm saying. All right, y'all, it's 5:51. We don't want to go over 6 hours. It is 11:19 at night. We're going to go ahead and call it a day. I'll be out tomorrow. Like I said, let me check it. Because seeing how we didn't get our stuff today. All right, let's go to eBay first. I'm not expecting that to come. You burn me up with this eBay. I gotta keep doing this every time. Why you just can't save it? Why you just can't save the information? Seriously. All right. It said it ain't coming till Monday, so we know that's not coming. All right. We know that's not coming. Let's back out. Oops. Let's go to Amazon. I want to tell y'all something wrong. Let's go to orders. All right, so that's not coming till Saturday. Okay, then we ain't got. No, we don't have anything coming. Won't have anything coming. I can't believe they lied about this. I just can't believe they lied about this. I just can't believe she lied. I can't believe she lied. But that's why we're gonna be outside tomorrow. We need to so I could have went to the market today. I thought I thought one of them was coming. I thought that one of them was coming. I thought this was coming tomorrow. No, they haven't even shipped it yet. Arriving Saturday. So we definitely got screwed on that. All right. So I still gotta go outside tomorrow because I gotta wait. I gotta see the mail person and ask them, do you got my package? Because the lady said she delivered it, and I met her. She said she didn't have it. So how did she deliver it? So it's 5:55. But yeah, you say it's easy to say what you would do behind the computer screen. Truth of the matter is, you don't have no clue or how you would react. That is incorrect. Because I practiced. I have practiced. I used to work security. I used to deliver people. And I used to deliver things to fancy businesses. You got to carry yourself a certain way. You got to think about these scenarios. You ever noticed that my self-defense videos, why do they sound so realistic? I spend hours thinking about things. How could you get out of this? How could you get out of that? I wouldn't want to live in the South, but if I could make it. I know I could. I know how to get along with people. You say no amount of practice can prepare you for fighting for your life in a real situation. You haven't told me where he was fighting for his life until he went for the gun. You got one guy on the phone and the other guy on the other side of the truck. Where he fighting for his life at? He ain't fight for his life until he darted back and ran for that gun. That's when he started fighting. All right, it's 5:57. So I will see y'all tomorrow. And as Naya would say, I will see y'all soon. Y'all have a great night.